here we are. Mary Ann got blown in by this Central Texas wind all of a sudden.
Oh my goodness.
Man, they blew you right upstairs and in here.
Right in.
Good
I'm
gracious. Welcome to Cotton Bowl Speedway. Milton Hope and Mary Ann Nauman here tonight, kicking off the inaugural show for the 2022 race season. And as one would expect for the initial race here at the racetrack, a little bit hectic out there in the pit area.
Hectic,
Tell us what's going on out there.
Well, the last count I saw was 125 cars here, with the line still waiting to get checked in. So it's going to be a full night of racing. So we tried to adjust the schedule a little bit and hopefully keep everyone entertained in between.
That's definitely going to happen. I mean, we've adjusted the start time just a little bit already. Normally we kick off at 6:30 on the pre-race show. Brought to you by Alpha One Chevy Buick over in Rockdale, Texas. Thank you to Alpha One Chevy Buick. And if you're in the market for a car, Chevy, Buick, whatever they got there, be sure to check out our sponsor of the pre-race show here on Race on Texas. Now, Tony was just telling me a little bit ago, Race on Texas still $39.95. You still have a chance to, of course, log on and become a member of that, but you're not looking for Race Pass anymore. You're looking for, it used to be Speed Pass. Now it's called All Access. So that's what you're looking at on Race on Texas, $39.95. Got between 10 and 15 racetracks that they cover, but we want you to make Cotton Bowl Speedway your home track, right? Because half that money comes back here to help with expenses on some of those nights that things don't exactly go well or rain out or a big show takes away our car count. Tell everybody how important that $39.95 is and half that money coming back to you.
Yes, it's really, I almost forget about it till the first of the month, and I'll go like, oh my goodness. And it seems to be about the time the electricity bill comes in, and believe it or not, this place does require electricity when we're not racing. So the bills are still rolling in, but there's no income. So it's really, really good for all the racetracks. I just can't say enough about it. And, it's good quality footage. I mean, it's like you're there.
Oh, without a doubt.
And I love it for people like myself, the aging group, where they can stay home and watch it on TV. We stay home and watch the other tracks when we're not racing, and then it's so nice to watch it in the living room. Of course, there's nothing like being here.
Sure.
You can't miss that. But
yeah, and like Rodney says a lot of times, Rodney Rodriguez has always said, and I'm in complete agreement with it, there still may be reasons why you can't make it to the track, a family function, or you're not feeling well, or you're still a little bit nervous about crowds. But, man, Race on Texas and the all access that you have to be able to see the quality of racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway and the tracks around Texas that Race on Texas covers, you feel like you're watching Fox.
You really do.
It's a great production. The quality, the coverage.
Yes.
We'll get the drone back in here later on this year, and that was some fantastic footage last year. People really got a big kick.
It's like being in the car.
Oh yeah, people got a kick about that drone footage. But so we're talking about the first night of racing, 2022. We had a great 2021 season. Tell me how things are gearing up, and what have you been doing to gear up for 2022?
Okay, so first I'd like to start off by saying when the COVID hit, it hurt the tracks, and of course it hurt the, we had sponsors that we had obligations to, and, we had to do some adjusting, and that was because of the percentage of people that we could have, but based off of the amount of people that we seat here, which is right around 3,500, we unfortunately don't fill those seats every race. So our percentage, we really didn't lose a lot of people, and what we did find is that once we raised our tickets just a little bit for the grandstands and our pit passes just a little bit, and we had to put in there a race car entry fee. Once we did that, at the end of the 2021, we looked at it and we said, what is different? And we realized that in order for the ends to meet, that's the numbers we have to stay at.
Right.
So we had to go with those same numbers in 2021 and 2022. And it's still the most affordable thing I think you could possibly do.
I mean, without a doubt, you can come out to the races and get 4 3.5, 4 hours of quality entertainment, you're not really fighting the crowds
That's
like
right.
you would at a movie theater or at the beach or a fiesta down in San Antonio right now, bumper to bumper, belly to belly, I should say. But
And
no,
we don't sell alcohol, so we
Right.
do the cooler for $10, a personal size cooler, and you can bring in your own beer. But we also included in that, Milton, we included in there, you could bring anything in there,
Right.
anything other than glass bottles. So you could pick up your family and come to the races and technically bring everything you need, a little sandwich, even
Right.
though we have full concessions and they're good, but you have that opportunity. So I think it adds more value even to the adult, grandstand passes.
When some of the racetracks around Texas, I noticed, started it. I know I-37 does it. You do it. A couple other places do it, I'm sure. But where can you go? I mean, let me put the question this way: how many times have you been somewhere and you wanted to get something to drink, and they didn't have what you wanted, right? And you had to settle for what they had, and so you're spending money on something you really didn't want. Where now you can come to the racetrack here at Cotton Bowl, and for a $10 cooler charge, you can bring in what you want. You can bring in the exotic beers.
That's right.
You can bring in alcohol as long as it's not in glass bottles.
Exactly.
But you're drinking what you want, not necessarily what the racetrack would have. Now, again, we don't sell alcohol here, so everybody does. And I've seen coolers out there.
That's right.
People have taken advantage of it, but you're enjoying what you want to enjoy while you're watching racing.
Yes.
And that can only make the consumer feel even
Yes,
better.
and if you've got a lot of children, to be able to bring even bottled water in is really good. And then we still have long lines in the concession. So
Oh, yeah. Yes, you do.
That makes me happy. Yes, that makes me happy for the concessionaires. So, I like that part.
And then we have some side places as well. I saw
do.
the Italian ice place.
Yes.
We got the souvenir stand with the hats and the shirts that Aaron puts together. We've got,
We got
just
the barbecue guy. They're not here tonight because of the rodeo, but normally we have the barbecue guys over in the
Yep.
fun zone. So
I mean, this is a fully functional good time. Think old Astro World. You can come here, you can play, you can watch racing, you can get your own food, what you want to eat, and at an affordable price.
right.
So definitely with that. Now you've been putting out some perspectives or
My promoter's
promoter's perspective. It's always fun to read her promoter's perspective. You probably disappear into a room to write that
do.
so H doesn't
I
bother
write
you.
from my heart, so it gets kind of long.
And truly, you can tell that it's from the heart. But what you don't see a lot of people do that. What had you decide to do the promoter's perspective?
Well, I think it's kind of like my perspective for an official. Sometimes I find in the past, I've been doing this for some time, but when you see someone that really enjoys racing and then all of a sudden they want to be an official, and you go, oh, you would be really good at that. And so, but they don't have, if they've never driven a race car, been a part of a family of a racer, they have no perspective of what their drivers go through. Like I say, we don't have any off season. Well, neither do the racers, because they start rebuilding those cars. And a lot of times officials will think, they load that car up as soon as the races are over and they come back the next Saturday night and they just unload it, which is by far not the case.
Right, no, without a doubt.
I thought, I know that perspective, and I really wanted people to know the perspective as a promoter,
Sure.
because I really do promote with my heart. And I love the fans. I love the racers. It's been so great seeing everybody tonight. We've had a couple of big events here.
Yeah.
But they really weren't our shows. We were just, helping out and providing the facility.
Right.
And, I get a little antsy when that happens. If you're not entertaining the fans. Because when they leave here at the end of the night, they only know they were at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Well, I think the other thing about the promoter's perspective is from an employee's angle of it as well. You just don't show up, do your job, get a paycheck, and leave. They know that they're being touched by you. You're talking to them and stuff like that. So it's great if other promoters pick up on it, or if they don't, that's their loss. But hey, we're going to take a quick break here. We're at Cotton Bowl Speedway. It's our first night of the 2022 race season, brought to you by the pre-race show Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale, Texas. Mary Ann and I have a couple of more things we're going to talk about after the break, so we'll catch up right after this.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Don't miss the 8th annual Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Get your tickets now at LoneStar600.com.
Race fans all across the country are experiencing race day in a completely new way with the My Race Pass app. Lineups, event tickets, official results, directions, championship point standings, race day entry list, live timing, track, series, and driver news. Driver bios. Experience race day like never before. Contact your local track official to see how they can become part of Team MRP today. Download now for free in Google Play or the Apple App Store.
Hey, welcome back to Cotton Bowl Speedway, the Race on Texas pre-race show. Be sure to log on to Race on Texas. Go to the All Access. You're not going to see Speed Pass anymore. It's All Access, $39.99. Gets you tracks all over the state of Texas, but certainly make Cotton Bowl Speedway your home track, and half that money comes back here because, like Marianne said in the previous segment, surprisingly, you still have to pay bills even when you're not racing. You got electric, you got water. You still have purses and employees, insurance, stuff like that. But no, certainly all access, Race on Texas. But we are here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight, first race of the 2022 season. And what better way to start it than the Bubba Wolf Memorial, which this trophy right here, it's the Bubba Wolf Memorial Advanced Auto Parts Street Stock Showdown, I guess we could call it. And this beautiful trophy designed by, who is it, 317 Trophies? That Owen Pittman, he drives me crazy with these designs.
He's
but
amazing.
This is a trophy tonight, and there's a little bit of extra money that was thrown into it. So tell us about how this race was put together and how that extra money got into the pot.
Great. So Ron Follis is a really good friend of a lot of the racers, a real good friend of my family, and Ron and Bubba Wolf were best friends, and we lost Bubba a couple of years ago, and it was sudden and it was sad. Bubba was a street stock driver at Longhorn Speedway, and I believe even at Thunder Hill, and one of his sponsors was Budweiser. So tonight, so what happened was Ron decided he wanted to do something in the name of Bubba Wolf, and so he sent with Sean Paul Lehman $300 and said, do whatever you want to with this for the drivers. So I thought, what would be more appropriate than a street stock class?
Sure.
And everybody knows I love street stocks.
Sure.
I love all cars, but I love street stocks.
Street stocks are special.
That's right. And so I thought, should we put it just to the first or break it on down? And then I thought, well, we already pay $400. We add that $3. That's $700 to win for the opening night. And in the midst of that, the Wolf family got told, they found out about the memorial. Belinda, his wife, was so excited and so appreciative, and she called me, and we have probably over 40 people here tonight with Budweiser shirts and Bubba Wolf's number on their shirts down here. And so Belinda said, that's Bubba's wife, she said, I want to do something. So she added the difference to make first place $1,000 to win tonight.
So it went from $400 to $700 and $700 to $1,000. Plus this good-looking trophy from Owen Pittman in 317 Awards.
Yes.
Wow.
So super excited. Bubba was a great guy, and he's got a great family. And it's really, what I'm super excited about is most of these 40 people here are asphalt. And they're going to see their first dirt track racing tonight.
Yeah, they're in for a surprise.
They're in for a surprise,
yes.
And they're going to be like me. They're going to be hooked.
I mean, if we were able to hook H, we're going to be able to hook
That's
these
right.
folks, right?
That's right. Well, you know, I always say, and I love asphalt racing, you know, when we get excited when they're too wide, right?
Right.
Even in NASCAR, we're excited. They're too wide. The first time I came out here, I went, oh, they're too wide. Oh, they're 3 wide. Oh, no, they're 5 wide. So, you know.
Hold my beer. We might go 5
That's
wide.
right, that's
you
right.
never know. Them dwarf cars get pretty crazy out
Yes,
there
and
as
we've
well.
got a pit full of the dwarf cars.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. So previous segment, she was talking. We were up to around 125
Yes,
cars
the
tonight.
last I heard was 125.
And that's exciting. As I was coming in tonight from San Antonio and I was walking through the pits, noticed a lot of cars, a lot of people registering, and some cars and numbers and color schemes that I didn't recognize before.
Yes,
and
me too.
You know, we were just talking about that, and Mary Ann's like, well, this trophy and $1,000 is going to pull some street stocks in to try to win that. So it may be, you know, the local drivers versus the non-local drivers, but everybody races well here in the state of Texas, and that's a neat thing about this money being donated, the 300 and then the 300 on top of it. It's a family affair, right? I've always talked about, and we've always seen signs. San Antonio Speedway had it. This is a family atmosphere. Behave yourself, and you know, other racetracks you go to, and we try to talk about it. But that's what family is about. So you got the Bubba Wolf Memorial. Families pitching in money. They're here tonight supporting it, and we'll just have a good time with it, and hopefully have a great street stock race. The Advanced Auto Parts Street Stocks and the Bubba Wolf Memorial racing for this trophy and $1,000 to win.
That's right.
So second place not too bad, but that $1,000 in your pocket on the first night of the year, that could save that up a little bit just in case something happens. You know, down the line. That's tires, that's entry fee, that's gas, that's food, gas.
Yes.
Did I say gas?
Yes, you did say that word.
You know, I mean, the regular car is $354. These other guys, some of them are driving diesels.
And the racing fuel obviously has taken a big hit.
So everything, and tire shortages.
Yes,
you know, you got to be careful with your tires now because there's tire shortages. The gas prices have gone up. Some people have decided not to do things that they were doing previously.
Right.
But with the car count over 125, obviously people still
racing.
want to race. They didn't check that off their box not to do. Well, we're going to take another quick break. We got some other things to talk about. We're going to talk about our first place winners from the 2021 season, maybe reflect back on that a little bit. A couple of things that are coming up tonight. So we'll be right back after this break. Man, here we are in Central Texas. Look at that! Look at that picture out there. We got cars hot lapping. We got fans in the stands. Look at that! Look at all those people in the Budweiser shirts right there. Mary Ann, look at that. Here come the Budweiser shirts right now from the Bubba Wolf Memorial. I see a guy raising a finger out there. They got the number. Make sure you point the right finger, sir. I appreciate it. I probably deserve that one. But yeah, look at all those black shirts. They got the number 11 on the back, Budweiser, and
my heart.
The reason why we're focusing on that is there some great folks out here tonight supporting the Bubba Wolf Memorial for the Advanced Auto Parts Street Stocks, and we start off at $400 to win, and it got bumped up to $700, and now it's up to $1,000, and now that I know where they're sitting out there in the black shirts, I know where to send security later on tonight to make sure to keep an eye on all of them out there. But Mary Ann Nauman and myself, Milton Hope, here we are, the opening night of Cotton Bowl Speedway. You couldn't ask for better weather.
No.
I mean, in April, you never know what to expect in Texas. Before we move on to a couple of other things, how did you and H make out with those tornadoes that were coming around. Were you all affected in any way?
We were blessed, and so was the racetrack. You know, obviously, we wanted to make sure all of our family and friends were okay, and then we wanted to make sure the racetrack was okay, and we were all blessed. And
it was crazy that it got this way in Central Texas. I mean, you don't see tornadoes a lot. You hear that a tornado hit last night, but there's never any video footage of it. There was plenty of video footage of it coming through Austin and Kalahari Resort and all these little towns out here that were affected. So God bless those who were involved in that, and glad you were able to make it through. And but yeah, I mean, in April, you never know what the weather's going to be like in South and Central Texas, and you cannot ask for a better night. We're in the mid-80s right now, and once that sun goes down, it's going to cool off and be really comfortable out here tonight for that very first night of racing. That, I think, as a promoter, that's got to be important as well. You got to get started on a right foot. If it would have rained tonight, that might have set the pace for the first several races.
Absolutely.
But getting off to a good start with good weather totally sets it apart.
Yes, it does. It really puts you in a different frame of mind because you work so hard to get to here, and then when they get rained out, it's like, it's almost more work than it is to put an event on.
And if it were to happen on the first night of racing and people plan to be here, and then the first night of racing gets rained out, then all of a sudden the next race, well, I've got something to do. Then the next race, well, I still got something to do. But if you can get them hooked on that first race,
that's right,
in April,
and to have car counts like this,
then they're going amazing. A long way.
Hey,
so
I see someone in the audience out there. One of my favorite sponsors.
Is this our appraisal girl?
It is. Yeah. It is. Well, you know, you asked me earlier. We were talking about prices and things and the increases and the COVID and everything. And I have to tell you a really quick story. Is I was at that point where it's like, well, do I refund the sponsors or because this is just not a good situation. We can't do this. And I had a check or a check and an envelope sitting there that I wouldn't put in the bank because I was like, I'm just not sure what's going to happen.
Right,
so I'll just send her check back. And I made one phone call to Lynn, and she had no idea that whatever Lynn told me that night was either going to reopen the racetrack or it was not.
Wow.
And when I asked Lynn, I said, I just don't know what we're going to do. And she said, well, you're going to deposit that check.
Wow. Okay.
And I'm like, that's the kind of sponsors that we have out here. That's why I love her so much.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic.
I got to
Thank
meet
you.
her with her mom and her dad, and we lost her dad, and he was just a fixture up here, and we loved them both so much. And so good to see you on the first night.
Yeah, very good.
Love you so much.
We had the real estate night at the races, and we had our appraiser here,
and we've got another one we've got this year.
Yeah,
so,
this is fantastic. But let's talk, Tony. Let's go ahead and throw the top 10 up there on the screen, if we could, please. Mary Ann, let's take a look up at the screen as you and I are going to go off camera here for a second, and let's take a look at the screen, and we're going to start with the 2021 point standings. The Design Welding Sport Compacts. Dylan Kowalik, a great year in that 29, and girlfriend Taylor Stewart right behind him. That was always fun to watch. Third place, a rookie, Cody Crabb. He came on late in the year. He had a win and got disqualified, went back home, fixed the car up, and came back out and won the next feature race.
Love it.
Jake Hall, a rookie. Gabby King kind of missed her late in the season.
Yes.
So we hope to see her again.
Yes, we do.
David Najek, Ryan McDonald, Levi Hernandez, Michael Burris Jr., Randy Baker rounding out the top 10. Let's flip it on over to the next group, the factory stocks. Man, that 8-star Tim Holmeyer, isn't he something?
And he's back.
He takes the championship by 30 points over Steve Sims, another familiar name here in Central and South Texas. Mason Doherty finishes up a close third, just 1 point ahead of Don Cron.
Wow.
Kevin Najek finishing in 5th. Now this guy here, Kevin Najek, he had some tough nights last year where he was leaving car body parts all over this track. And then he posted on Facebook all the damage that was done, and he was back the next race event.
Always with a smile on his face.
Don Painter, Shelby Baker, Robert Kelm, who's having a tough go at it trying to get out on the track this year. Seth Davis and Brady Ricks round out the top 10 there. The Advanced Auto Parts Street Stock Series, near and dear to your heart, of course.
Yes, sir.
Tommy Gurrell had a great run with Todd Roberts McAvoy just 5 points behind. Daniel Gaudette, Darrell Rhodes, C.J. Gray, Shane Lander, Anthony Gordon, Travis Talley, Dale Caswell, and Gerald Johnson rounding that out. Look at the sky behind that grid right there.
Yes.
That's,
my goodness.
That's Central
What a
Texas,
bliss.
baby. Marcus Hartcrow, man, he was a wheeler dealer last year. He had a fantastic run in the Browning
And
IMCA.
that's his first championship.
First championship.
Yes,
So
yes.
Marcus Hartcrow gets his first championship. Of course, challenged all the way to the end by G.W. Egbert III.
Oh.
And Dustin Mooney at 390 in third. Mason Doherty, Jason Batt, always running well in Central Texas, up at Heart of Texas and here. Thomas Jr., Ken Plonsky, Chris Birmingham, Allison Morris, and Tracy Scherner. So some pretty close, top 1, 2s, and 3s right here. James Hanish had a great run. G.W. Egbert IV, again, about 8 points behind there. And then ripples on down to Joe Maple. Who's this guy, Heath Stewart? Do you know him?
I've heard the
familiar
name,
name,
yes,
right?
familiar
Familiar name.
yes.
Heath Stewart finishing up in fourth. Taylor Florio having a good run. Robert Stewart, he got his first main event win last year,
did.
right? And then just kind of fell off a little bit, but still a solid sixth-place finish. Him and the Pick Chick always working.
Yes, they
Rachel
do.
Plant always
They
working
do.
on that 32 Southern Sport Mod. Dwayne Owens, Kevin Parker, Doug Ripple, and Rowdy Chenard, a former track champion.
Our rookie. He was a rookie also.
Let's see here. Magnum IMCA Modifieds, Derek Scott Jr. champion. Chris Morris, he could have had the championship, and there was a
close.
couple of nights
So close.
where him and Derek were so close.
Some great racing.
Some great racing,
Great
and then
racing.
something would happen to Chris's car, and he would back out of first, and then Derek would go into first, and he'd back out of first. Great racing among those two. Hardy Henderson, Raymond McSpadden, Cody Tidwell, Troy Seidel, Lightning McGreen, Alan Dean, Dylan Tyndall, and Wade Pistol Jr.
I love seeing those rookies in those top 10. That's awesome.
Yeah, without a doubt. Who is that guy right there? Nathan Lavender, looking good. One of the great flagmen here in Central Texas, and he tends to work his way into a flag stand wherever he can.
right, that's right.
He ended out up at, was it Vado Speedway?
I think
Out
so.
in New Mexico, I think, Vado Speedway.
yeah.
So he's doing a great job there. Got that safety helmet on and doing a great job keeping everybody in line. But, yeah, folks, if you're watching on Race on Texas right now, the All Access, you see a great track that was prepped by H and the crew, getting it ready. Got a lot of hot laps going on right now here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We're at our first night of racing of the 2022 season. So Mary Ann and I will be...
Look at all those Budweiser
Oh,
shirts
yeah,
down there.
Budweiser
I love
T-shirts
it.
filling the grandstands out there. So we're going to take another quick break, and then Mary Ann and I will be back to finish off this pre-race show, and we'll be right back on Race on Texas. Hey, we're back at Cotton Bowl Speedway as Mary Ann and I start to figure out what we're going to do here. Kind of doing it on the fly. That's what happens on first nights of racing.
Right, that's
I mean, it gets confusing. It gets crowded. Sometimes we know what we're going to talk about. Sometimes we know what we're going to do, and sometimes we don't. We just kind of shuffle our feet a little bit. But tell us what's going to happen at intermission. I mean, the most popular thing in Texas is the Power Wheel race.
Right.
Okay, that's the most important thing. But tell us what else is going to happen at intermission tonight.
Okay, well, one thing I want to mention is tonight we have a lot of brand new drivers.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about probably just right out of the Power Wheel racing.
Right. Yeah.
We got some pretty
Who
young
is that
ones.
young guy that goes about 90 miles an hour that brings the 6 or 7?
He's not going to be here tonight.
Oh,
He's actually racing a
I thought he'd be
kart
in a
somewhere.
factory stock by
I
now.
know.
My goodness.
Absolutely. So we're going to have our Power Wheel races, and immediately following the Power Wheel races, we're going to introduce our champions for all 6 classes, excluding one. This is the first night that Tommy Garrell has missed racing.
What?
Yes, and his call to me was just so heartwarming. His daughter is Kendall, and Kendall's listen to me, Miss Longhorn Speedway, is Miss Cottonville Speedway.
Okay.
And she is so faithful with her dad's racing, and so is, obviously, so is Teresa. And she's a really great softball player. And she's in a tournament this weekend, and Tommy had chosen,
he's a softball dad.
God first and family second, and everything else comes with it. So he is there supporting his daughter and is going to miss his first race and miss the presentation of the championship trophy.
And the reason we're doing this tonight is we just, again, weren't able to have a quote-unquote banquet for the 2021 season. Now, we did have a car show, and we had, was it a swap meet or things like that?
And it was rather cold.
And and it was cold because it was earlier this year.
Yes.
But
so we're going to introduce those champions and show the beautiful trophies that they got, excluding Tommy. But you will see the other 5, and we'll do that as soon as the Power Wheel races are over. And if you want to mingle and meet those drivers, it'll be a great time. I think the only one you won't be able to will be James. He races that first race, so we'll have his race car down there ready for him, waiting.
You know, the thing about doing something like that is that people see the cars go round and around all the time, but they don't know who's inside there. And they see this person, this driver, male or female, whoever it is, winning and winning and winning. And then when they finally win the trophy, they still don't know who it is.
That's right.
So it's nice to be able to see some of these
close.
first place winners. We couldn't get everybody in tonight, first through third or 10th, something like that. But we'll at least get these winners from last year that are here tonight.
I love awards banquets, but the people that come to the awards banquets are your immediate family and your competitors. But when you I really wanted to do this at Oktoberfest, and that is the goal for this year, is to be able to present the champions at Oktoberfest.
Right.
So that was my goal, and it didn't happen, and then so we decided to do what we'd done the year before. So to me, it's more exciting to be out here and getting that trophy in front of all the race fans than it is to me to do an awards banquet with all your
plus
competitors.
the fans get to see who is this Tim Homeyer guy? Who is this Dylan
They'll
Kowalik?
earn new fans just from that tonight.
Without a doubt.
And then they'll watch them throughout the feature races and pull for them. So.
Yeah, exactly. And then they buy their shirts, their
That's
hats, they're getting autographs, pictures. So we've got an exciting night of racing here. The first night, here we are in April. It's a beautiful sky, cloudless. Middle 80s is going to drop off into the low 70s, probably by the end of the night. We've got over 125 cars registered through the back gate. It's probably even higher since we've been talking the last 30 minutes. So it's going to be a great night of racing. You can catch it if you're not here live. You can catch it on Race on Texas. It's all access this year, not Speed Pass, all access. Race on Texas, $39.99. Half that money comes back to the track. We're going to present trophies to those first place winners from last season on the front straightaway. But, of course, we got to do those Power Wheels first. 317 trophies. Owen Pittman putting this together for the Advanced Auto Parts Street Stock main event winner tonight. Plus, they'll have a $1,000 check. It's all part of the Bubba Wolf Memorial. Thank you to it was Ron Follis and others who have upped that money up, and they're probably go down and harass them in those black shirts here later on. But
can I mention something real quick?
Oh, sure.
I'd like to mention.
It's her track. Am I going to say no?
I want to mention a little bit about the pit area.
Oh yeah.
I kind of blew in from the pit area. I don't know why, but I like to work the pits. I love to be in the pit area.
Okay, that's all the time we have.
I know. Yeah, that's it. But we sit in the grandstands, or we sit up here, and all of a sudden the race cars go off the track, and the next group are on the racetrack. And I cannot tell you the amount of work that goes in for that to click off like it does. Right. We don't ever think about that. Number one, half those drivers are down the bottom of that hill. They've got it here to line up and what time to be lined up and in what order to be lined up. And the next thing you know, they just appear in order right there. Yeah. And it might not happen tonight with that many cars.
Right,
we may have a few let's go around a few circles and make sure we're in the right lineup. But the folks that we have in the volunteers that we have in the pit area are incredible. And they just don't get mentioned enough, along with the infield officials that are, out there watching to make sure things are done safely. And without those folks, we couldn't.
And the other thing, too, and I forgot about this, and we forgot to talk about it, the gates open at 5.
Oh, thank you.
And the fans can come. Tell them what the fans can take advantage of.
I'm so glad you brought that up. So if you come at 5 o'clock all the way up to, I believe, 6:30 or 6:15, you can actually go to the through the fun zone into the crossover, and that means you're in the pit area where the race car drivers are at, and you get to go see the race cars, and there's no extra charge, and you can even attend the drivers meeting.
Right.
And I think that's really cool to
That's,
be able to see
you know,
that.
when I read that about the drivers meeting, that just kind of clicked in my mind. Like, this is fantastic because they
you
can
see the whole different side of
you know,
of
after the
racing.
races, people go to the pits and they see the after effect, but they don't see how people get prepared for the race
Yes.
night. So if you show up at 5 o'clock, you pay your admission. Like she said, it's nothing extra. You come in, pay your admission, 5 to 6:15, 6:30, go on back there in the pits, talk to the drivers, meet them, see how they're actually getting ready for the race
And
event.
then I guarantee you, the next time they come to the races, they're going to buy a pit pass. 'Cause
Exactly.
They're going to want to be a part of that.
Oh, yeah, it'll be exciting. So we are set for the first night. Here we are in early April. First night at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Mary Ann's
Listen to these cars.
she's been blown all over the place because it is a bit windy out there tonight. But all the cars are out there hot lapping. The fans are moving in. So thank you to the fans that are here live. Thank you to those that are going to be watching our race on Texas. Later on tonight, I'll be throwing out my email during the broadcast, so you can send me an email, tell me where you're watching from. Last year we had, you know, Japan,
Germany,
Colorado,
Germany,
Montana,
yes,
Germany,
yes, that's
El Salvador. We had people
love
from
it.
everywhere, man, and they have a way of seeing who's watching from where. So we'll do a lot during the broadcast tonight. Bear with us. It's the first night, so sometimes things don't always go as smoothly as butter, but we're going to try to make it because we're professionals.
That's right.
Or we play one on TV
That's right.
anyway. But for Mary Ann and myself, Milton Hope, we're going to go live here in just a little bit. They're finished hot lapping. Thank you for tuning into the pre-race show brought to you by Alpha One Chevy and Buick in Rockdale. Thank you to all they
Thank
do
you.
for sponsoring this race. So
Yes.
we'll see you in a few minutes. We're going to go racing for the first time right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway in 2022. We'll see you in a bit.
Let's go racing.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Angie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
What is it about the 600 that gets you guys excited to come back each and every year?
Well, I tell you, the guys out here, we're here to put on a show and make friends. There's people here, I'm pitted with them over here and on this side of me as well. This is the only place I see these guys. We've been friends for 4 or 5 years now. This is the only time we see each other. It's like a family reunion every time we come out here.
Well, it's just a lot of fun to get out there with all the competition and everything. And as crowded as it gets and working through traffic, it's a ball. It's just a lot of fun. I can't see how you can't do this, but just having fun doing it.
You look at racing and you look at NASCAR and you look at how they started. They used to put 60 and 70 cars on track down there in Daytona on the beach. They do 200 here at Devil's Bowl Speedway. It's incredible.
I've been waiting for these kind of races all my life, 30 years of racing. And I'd like to thank Brad and Jack for putting them on. We'd like to see more of them.
and that seems to be the theme. Everybody we talk to, they enjoy this event because they see people they don't always see. They see them here once a year. They have a good time, and I would assume that's a lot of the reason why you guys do this year in, year out.
Yes, I've raced since '83. We're pretty much raced everything but a sprint car. Burn out on the $300 to win stuff every week. These are what we have fun with.
So I know where to send security later on tonight. We appreciate y'all being here. I know exactly why you're here, and we'll talk more about that later on. But thank you for coming out to the first night of racing of the 2022 season. We've got over 125 cars that came through the back gate tonight. So that's got to be a record for the first night of racing. I mean, that's fantastic. We're going to be racing the Advanced Auto Parts Street Stocks. We're going to be racing for $1,000 to win tonight. We've got all things going on. I'm going to freeze right here. I think it's working right here. Thank you very much. But hey, concession stand is open. We got the Italian ice back there. We got a souvenir stand with hats and shirts and a whole lot more. And certainly thank you for coming to the racetrack tonight. Now, one thing I will tell you. If you come to the gates at 5 o'clock and pay your admission, you are more than welcome to go back to the pit area. We open the pit area from 5 to 6:30 for you, the fans. So you don't have to just go back there after the races. It doesn't cost anything extra. Once you pay at the gate, you can go back there in the pit area and see how the drivers get ready for a night of racing instead of seeing what happened after. Hold my arm up here. You don't see what happened after the races. You see what happens before the races and how they prepare for it. So you don't have to do it every week, but it gives you something to do. Gates open at 5 o'clock, and then we'll keep you back there as long as you want up until about 6:30, and then we'll hustle you back out. Okay? Any questions? Anybody? No? Good. Thank you.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife, I thank my lucky stars to be living here today. 'Cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least
How about a round of applause for these drivers carrying our nation? Please remain standing for our prayer. Our kind and Father, we thank you for everything that you give to come out and be with family and friends in the race community. We thank you for our drivers and our staff, all the volunteers and workers that you see out in the infield and those that are in the pits. We couldn't do this without all the workers, the management, but most importantly, the fans and sponsors. We thank you for everybody that participates here at the racetrack. We ask that you be with those that were damaged and injured by those tornadoes that came through a few weeks ago. Lay your hand over those that are having to recover and rebuild from that. We ask that you be with our armed forces men and women that are spread across the globe, fighting the fight for freedom of others and protecting those in impoverished nations. We ask that you lay your mighty hand over the track tonight. Lead, guide, and direct these drivers around in the spirit of friendly competition and lead them to their final destination safely. At the end of tonight, we ask that you be with our fans and everybody that's gathered here tonight as we make our way home to enjoy the rest of the weekend. In your name we pray. Amen. And now our national anthem this evening on the front straightaway, presented by Cassie Nauman.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of
Great work by Cassie Nauman. Thank you, Cassie, for that rendition. We appreciate that. Look at little Amber in the back of that pickup truck holding the American flag. She's so cute. Thank you, Amber, for all you do here at the track. All right, we're going to get these cars and drivers off the track. First heat race is back there on the back straightaway. All right, we're live on Race on Texas. We're live here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, ready to get going here. The first night of racing. We've had a couple of unofficial nights. We had track rentals here, but hey, this is the first night for Cotton Bowl Speedway cars. So Browning IMCA stock cars, front row. Allison Morris on the 94A. Row 1 outside, 01 Terry Scherner. Row 2 inside, 69B. Okay, they just switched the heat on me here. So front row inside, 121 Dustin Mooney. Row 1 outside, 23 CJ Gray. Second row inside, David Leger Jr. in the number 9. C3 Chris Birmingham. 14T Joey Scherner. 14 Joe O'Brien. 29 track champion Marcus Harcrow and Mason Doherty in the 33M. You can tell it's the first night of racing. All right, Race on Texas. All access, $39.99 a month. Man, you can watch racetracks from all over the state of Texas. Make Cotton Bowl Speedway your home track. Thank you for coming out live in the grandstands tonight. Appreciate you seeing here. Man, this is going to be a good group of drivers here tonight. Looks like we're missing the 14T. We'll see what happens if we can get them out. You know, this is the first night of racing. Over 125 cars back there. People trying to do what they can. All right. Race director H.E. Nauman up there saying, hey, you know what? We got to get going. We got one to go at the line this time by. Going to be a good night of racing. Appreciate all of you watching on the live stream. Appreciate all of you that are here live tonight. Lights are out. Here we go, off and running. It is the first race of the 2022 race season, off and running. Down they go, off and running as they jump out quickly. Down the back straightaway they go, coming out of turn 2. Down they go. David Leger looking pretty good coming out of turn 2 as he's opened up a pretty good lead. Down the back straightaway trying to extend that. 23 CJ Gray a distant second as they go into 3 and 4. Trying to slide it up. Here comes the 33M of Mason Doherty. Leger doing all he can, man. He is lengthening up that lead tonight. Down the back straightaway. Into the turns he goes. CJ Gray's got nothing for him as Doherty trying to catch up to CJ Gray coming out of turn 4, trying to reel in that 23 Browning IMCA stock car on the first few laps of this first heat race of the year. Leger absolutely blowing away the field right now in this first heat race as he goes by. About a 10-12 car length lead. 23 CJ Gray now going to be in a battle, holding on to second, but here comes the Doherty car in the 33M. Doherty started on the outside of row number 4 and has moved all the way up into third place. White flag that time by as they come by the flag stand. Nathan Lavender doing a great job, as usual, as he has over the past several years. Doing a fantastic job up there. Here comes the first checkered flag of the night. The 9 of David Leger with the win. Impressively coming around in second. Look who grabs second after trailing CJ Gray most of the race. 33M Mason Doherty comes up and finishes second, pushes CJ Gray back to third. Wow. Top 4 going to head to the tech pad, and David Leger has set the standard in this Browning IMCA stock car division as he absolutely dominated the race tonight. Mason Doherty doing a great job of catching CJ Gray and moving up 1 spot to second. All right, next group getting ready to come out of the pit area. Browning IMCA stock cars, heat race number 2. 8 laps around just like this last one. We'll take a look at the lineup as they get ready to come out on the track. Inside row 1, 94A, Allison Morris. Outside row 1, Terry Scherner. 69B, inside row 2, Jeffrey Borho. And outside row 2, 22, Justin Waringa. Inside row 3, 19, Jason Batt. Row 3 outside, the 555 of Richard Shields. 4K Ken Plonsky is on the 4th row inside. 704 Nate Robbins next to him on the outside of row 4. Two heat races. This will be the second of 2 for the Browning IMCA stock cars with Allison Morris and Terry Scherner starting up front. The second heat race of the 2022 season. Beautiful night here in Central Texas for those of you that are here. Started in the low 80s when you got here. Probably be in the low 70s by the time we get this all done and completed tonight. So thank you for those of you that are live here tonight at the track. For those of you that are here live at the track at intermission, we're going to have those world-famous Power Wheel races, and then we're going to get to meet some of our track champions from the 2021 season. We have several of those here tonight. We're going to get them introduced down there on the front straightaway and have a great time with that and be able to meet them. Lights are out. Next time by, the pink tire, the Pick Chick tire down there in turn 4, named after our photographer Rachel Plant, waving down there as she stands out of the way. She stands on that light pole on the white tire. Once they get to the pink tire, all hands on deck. And they're going to take off real quick as Allison Morris leads the way in the 94A. Here they come, pushing and shoving right from the very beginning. Here they go into turn 1 and 2. First time by, Allison Morris going to have her hands full as the outside of Terry Cherner, the 01, trying to make a move early. Here comes the 69B of Jeffrey Borho, also trying to make an inside move on those front 2 drivers. I see smoke early in the multicolored red, white, and black. 19, that's the 19 of Jason Batt, throwing some early smoke out there. The 555 having problems early. Richard Shields, he's done. 1 lap in, he goes to the pit area. 555, Richard Shields gone. Man, you hate to see that. First heat race out and you're done on lap number 1. Sometimes that's the way it goes, though. Allison Morris in the 94A certainly leading the way around as we got a 3-car race back there for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 2nd being held right now by Terry Cherner. Going into turn 3 and 4, getting pressure from behind. No contact in the turn. Nice, good, clean racing. This first race out is the 19 of Jason Batt. Comes right up behind Cherner. Now going to try to shoot that gap. Gets down between Cherner and Jeffrey Borho. Had to back off a little bit. The 01 of Cherner still holds 2nd. Down the front straightaway. Here they come one more time. Does the 19 of Jason Batt have enough to get by? Tracy Cherner. Check it out in turn 2 now. Door to door. Window to window. Down the back straightaway. It's a race for 2nd as the 22, Justin Waringa, having problems early in this heat race. He tried to come back out after going into the infield, and he goes right back there to settle down for the rest of the race. Coming out of turn 2, change of positions there is Jason Batt in the multicolored 19, able to get by. Cherner coming out of turn 2. Cherner trying to reel him back in. She wants to get back up into that 2nd spot. 69B Borho in 4th in that green colored car, trying to stay up in the mix and get as high a finishing position as possible. Nathan Lavender showing him the white flag. 1 lap to go this time by. 1 lap. Allison Morris on cruise control right now. Whoa, watch out. Man, contact there going into the Nate Robbins 704. Got to be careful there. The Borho car, 69B, just about went sideways into that car. But hey, here we go. Checkered flag. 2nd one of the night. Allison Morris with the win. 19, Jason Batt 2nd. And the 01 of Terry Cherner finishing up in 3rd. Hey, we had a lot of fun last year doing this, and we're going to do it again this year. If you're watching our Race on Texas or you're watching in the grandstands, there's the email address for those of you watching Race on Texas. Send me an email, racelocation@yahoo.com. Let me know where you're watching from and who's watching with you. And later on tonight, we're going to try to throw as many of those names out as possible. Last year, we had Japan, Germany, Arizona, Oregon, New York. We had them from all over the place. So there it is, racelocation@yahoo.com. It is not case sensitive, so don't worry about that. But let me know where you're watching from and who's watching with you. Racelocation@yahoo.com. All right, 3 heat races for the factory stocks. Take a look at this first group. 59, Jason Oltman leads him out on row 1. Next to him, Chad Roebuck. Row 2 inside, 8-star Tim Homeyer, track champion. Row 2 outside, 17, Don Cron. 55R, Rusty Head had a great 2021 race season. Row 3 next to him, 48, Mike Land. 66, Aaron Pabin. And 7, Kevin Najek. All right. Side by side, the pink tire is what they're hearing in their headsets right now. They look like they're pretty good coming around at least the first 3 or 4 rows. Here we go, factory stocks, first time an official race. They raced a couple of special events, some track rentals. We had the World of Outlaws and the Southern Touring late models here, but they were some support groups that night. But this is their first official race of the 2022 race season, and picking up where he left off, your track champion, 8-star Tim Homeyer leads the way. Here comes the 9 of Chad Roebuck. I saw some Facebook posts of him getting ready to clean some houses. I think he's got a pressure washing business. Here comes Rusty Head in the 55, goes up by Roebuck, moves up into second in that factory stock 55R Rusty Head. Chad Roebuck in the 9, Don Cron in the 17, rounding out your front 4 as Homeyer goes down that back straightaway. I don't think Rusty Head, he really improved late in the season of 2021. He might give Homeyer a run for his money this year. He's trying to keep him within spitting distance right now in this first heat race of the year. Right now, Homeyer still has that car to beat here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Rusty Head trying to keep him within a eyesight. Into the infield goes the 66 of Aaron Pabin. First time I've said that name, so it's Pabin or Pabin, I'm not sure. I will definitely find out for future races, but he's in the infield. Tim Homeyer, a fantastic 2021 race season. Late in the year, though, he did have a bad wreck down the back straightaway. He rode the car up sideways right there by the Pistols transmission sign and flipped it on its side, but he crawled out. He was fine, no big deal. Got it back to the pits, had it back out for the next race. No improvement by Rusty Head right now, though. Rusty still sits about the same length behind Tim Homeyer. His Head sits in second in that 55R. The 9 of Chad Roebuck, he's not making much progress either. Roebuck's got to watch out because he's got 17, Don Cron, pushing right up behind him. Cron comes shooting out of turn 2. He'd love to move up into third place. He tries to make the move on the low side in turn 3 and 4. White flag comes out by Nathan Lavender. 17, Cron, not able to do it in turn 3 and 4 that time by. He'll try to set him up one more time as Roebuck goes low. Right now, Tim Homeyer, though, coming home. Easy win. He's going to see his first checkered flag of the season. 2022, Homeyer with the win. Rusty Head finishing in second. And the 9 of Chad Roebuck finishing in third. Here we are, the first night of racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, April the 9th, and beautiful weather. Next scheduled race, April the 23rd. Now, we do have April 16th as a rain-out date, but hopefully we're not going to need that this year. So next race date, April the 23rd, mark that on your calendar. And then moving forward from that, April 23rd, we'll move to May 7th and May 21st. So that's what kind of the next month and a half looks like. Mark it on your calendar. Go to cottonbowlspeedway.com, download it, and we'll get you. We'll see you here at the racetrack. Factory stocks, heat race number 2, 8 times around. 4D Brian Mahler, inside row 1, got Mason Doherty next to him, pulling double duty in the 33M. 1/8 Chad Herring inside row 2 with Eric Robbins next to him in the 726. Inside row 3, Rowdy Chenard, a very familiar name here, driving the 28. Next to him on the outside row 3, Brady Ricks. And the inside of row 4, moving on up, Dylan Kowalik in the 29K, and Kurt Ellis next to him in the 33. There's the crazy Kowaliks out there in front of me. I see him. In the factory stocks, here we go. Heat race number 2. Keep an eye on them as they come down the back straightaway. Still bottled up just a little bit. 33M Mason Doherty already knows what the track feels like as he raced earlier. And he is out front, giving him heck all the way down. 1H Chad Herring lining up right behind him in second. Little shuffling back there in third, fourth, and fifth as they're trying to find that sweet spot to make that pass and move up an extra position. Watch out, Doherty goes high up on turn 3 and 4. That cost him a little bit of ground, and that let the 1H of Chad Herring close on him a little bit. Still plenty of time. Herring with the attempt at a crossover move to shoot to the bottom side of the track, catch up to Doherty. Couldn't do it that time by. He's right on that back bumper. Nobody's running away from anybody. It's single file racing. Rowdy Chenard in the 28, watching those two cars in front of him battle for first and second. Chenard kind of patiently waiting to see what happens in front of him during this 8-lap heat race. You don't have a lot of time to be patient, though. Here comes a move coming out of turn 4. Does Herring have enough power? No, he does not. Doherty down the front straightaway, hits the gas pedal, stays out front. Herring's going to try it again in turn 2. No can do. Man, there's like a force field on the back of Doherty's car blocking Herring from being able to get by him. That's a Star Trek reference. Force field. Rowdy Chenard still staying a steady third back there. Your front two cars trying to open up a little bit of a gap between third. Mason Doherty, that high move is going to cost him this time. Yes, it did. Coming out of turn 4, he puts the pedal to the metal. Look at him go down the front straightaway. He's trying to regain it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Chad Herring took advantage of that mistake on turn 3. Doherty went extremely high, nearly to the outside wall. Herring pounced on it, and he's got the lead with 1 lap to go. That's how close it can be, folks. Doherty just went just a smidgen too high up there. Herring got excited, jumped to the inside, grabbed the lead. He's going to see checkered flag in his headlights as they come forward. Here they come. There he is. Chad Herring with the win. Doherty in second. 28, Rowdy Chenard in third. Great race, fantastic race, and it's just a race of inches there when Doherty went just a little too high up there on turn 3 and 4. Herring pounced on it, moved up, boom, he grabs the win. Hey folks, while you're here tonight, be sure to stop down at Little Jimmy's famous Italian ice, man. We got some great stuff down there. Get some Italian ice while you're here. Heat race number 3. Starting lineup for the factory stocks. Inside row 1, Derek Cates in the 580. Adam Hoff in the number 12. Second row, 58, Steve Sims. And the 09 on the outside, Scott Ragland. 74, J. Danny Davis. Inside row 3, Stacy Robinette. Outside row 3. And the inside of row 4, that's 133 of Megan Dodson, 88J, Jeff Blackwood. Some nice, easy racing going on tonight. Everything looking really, really good. Down we go. Green flag, green light. as the 58 of Steve Sims trying to waste little time as we go 3 wide coming out of turn 2. Got a little bit of contact as Sims is on the inside. 3 wide coming out of turn 2. Now they're trying to break apart first time down the front straightaway. Who is it going to be? Great job of holding on to that car. I think we got some warning flags coming out on the 58 of Steve Sims. A little beating and banging out there on each other. A little bit too early in the season to do that. And the 580 of Derek Cates. I think Nathan Lavender will show him a little warning flag out there, tell him to behave himself. Adam Hall in the 12 with the lead. Sims settles back to second in the 58. 580 Derek Cates in third. Here comes the 74J of Danny Davis, pressured by 133 Megan Dotson. Dotson doing a great job grabbing the inside line coming out of 3 and 4. Hall's got the lead. Sims and Cates, 1, 2, 3. Well, it looks like it's going to be one of those races where the leader jumps out front one more time and opens up a 10, 12, 15 car length lead. 12 car out of Round Rock. Adam Holland has got no problem with that because he's out front with that big lead over your second place car, Steve Sims. Sims trailing in that 58. He's out of Austin, Texas. Trying to close the gap, but running out of times as Nathan Lavender is going to throw up the flag. Looks like the white flag. 1 lap to go this time by. Twelve car, Adam Hall. Absolutely no issues out there tonight. Steve Sims going to finish up a solid second. After a little early beating and banging with the 580 of Derek Cates, Sims in second. The 133 of Megan Dotson crosses in third. Well, kicking off the first night of racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas is going to be joining us, and they got a whole bunch of cars here tonight. They've got 5 heat races, if I'm reading this correctly. Wow. 5 heat races. 03 Drew Stark on the front row inside. 12T Dylan Coyne. 41T Dustin Rude. 24 Colby Urbanovsky on second row. 15 wins a lot of main events. Ty Paxson in the 15. And the 3 car on the outside of row 3, James Pena. We got 29 dwarf cars here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Those of you watching our race on Texas, look at that sunset out there between turn 1 and 2. That's beautiful out there. All the drivers racing tonight trying to get that lucky spot in the Craig's winner's circle. Thank you to Craig's Jewelry for all you do for Cotton Bowl Speedway. If you're looking for some great jewelry right here in Bastrop, Craig's Jewelry, they're a great sponsor of the winner's circle here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. That's where everybody wants to end up. That's the idea. All right, one of them has a transponder that's not working, but I think we can deal with it when there's only 6 cars out there is Nathan Lavender flipping the flag out there, letting them know we're going next time by. Stark and Coyne front row, Rude and Urbanovsky second row, Paxton and Pena third row. Man, if you've never seen the Dwarf cars here before, they always put on a great show. Rarely wreck, hope I didn't jinx it. And when they spin out, they just do a 360 and get back into it. Lights are out. Lavender watching them from the flag stand. Coming into turn 4. Drew Stark, Dylan Coyne lead the front row. Here we go, Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas, off and running. Wasting little time. Down the back straightaway, Drew Stark jumping out early. Here comes the 41T of Dustin Rude. Rude takes that inside position and he grabs the lead. First time by the flag stand, trailed by the 12T of Dylan Coyne. Dwarf Car Series of Texas, man, they always put on great shows at all the tracks that they appear at. This is going to be another one of those in the heat race where one car gets out and absolutely dominates and everybody else is going to be chasing from behind as the 41T of Dustin Rude opening up a huge lead over the 12T of Dylan Coyne. Rude going into 3 and 4 just as his competitors are going into turn 3. So a lengthy lead with the size of these Dwarf cars makes it even bigger. Now the 15 of Ty Paxton, who has a new wrap job on that Dwarf car. He's moved up into second as he was able to get by Dylan Coyne coming out of turn 4. Paxton in second, Coyne in third. Coyne trying to make an inside move. They'll come up door to door, but Paxton stays up front. In second, everybody chasing. Dustin Rude, your race leader. Rude's got a good-looking car out there going into turn 3 and 4. A great wrap job on that Dwarf car coming down the front straightaway in front of the crowd. Lead getting larger and larger. Paxton, normally one of the top drivers in the Dwarf Car Association, got multiple wins over the years. They used to put a bounty on him. I know we had a bounty on him at I-37 for a while. Guy finds the winner's circle over and over and over. He'd love to find the Craig's Victory Circle tonight here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Right now, though, checkered flag going to be held high. First group, Dwarf Cars, 41T, Dustin Rude with the win. Well, a little bit of an extracurricular activity down there at the bottom of turn 1. Hey, I got my first email here of several watching from New Hampshire, watching the races tonight. Tom Hart, what's going on, man? Dropping a hello from the East Coast. Tom Hart up in the East Coast, man. Thank you for checking in. Trent Beaver watching over from China Grove. Appreciate you, Trent, for checking in. Say hi to the family. Hi to your mom for me. Well, you better say hi to your dad, too, so he doesn't get mad. Dustin and Amanda Hassler are watching from Maynard, Texas. They got their 8-month-old Maverick, and they're looking forward to being there in person at the next race. You got it. We look forward to seeing you as well. All right, heat race number 2. 33, James Fitzgerald. 12, Robert Smith. 44M, James Mock. 08, Danielle Long. 2, Jerry Book. And 14C, Robert Carr. All right, we're going to slow down for just a moment. We got a car or two stopped down there at the exit of turn 1. Second of 5 heat races for the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Race director H.E. Nauman letting them know the lights are out. You're taking a green next time by. Here they come, rushing to the finish line. And off we go. James Fitzgerald leads them off on this 8-lap race. Heat race number 2, Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Fitzgerald sitting up front. Would love to finish up there. Robert Smith next to him in the 12. See how things shake out with the Dwarf cars. The 08 of Danielle Long trying to move up in the 3rd spot. We got one spun up there in turn 2. They're okay. We stayed green. I tell you what, when these cars spin out, they just wait for everybody to get by, and then they pick right back up at it. That was your race leader, James Fitzgerald, who had the solo spin, so he's all the way to the back of the pack. Robert Smith inherits that lead in the orange number 12 as he comes firing out of turn 4. Down the front straightaway past the start-finish line. Orange body, white roof on that Robert Smith car. Smith out of Cypress, Texas. Much like the regular race cars, these Dwarf cars are from all over South and Central Texas. Cypress, Texas, your race leader right there in the white and orange 12. The 08, Danielle Long. She's got Smiley, Texas listed as her hometown. Her hometown right now is a distant second, though, and trying to hold on to that. She's being challenged coming out of turn 4. Well, we got one on the back straight. We got one in turn 4. We didn't have a 27 scheduled in this race. I'm wondering if that's 27F Brandon 40. I think he was supposed to be in the 4th heat race. That's the only 27 I see in the later races. Maybe he thought these were practice laps. I don't know. All right, lineup looks good as the 27 has to leave the track. Your race leader, Robert Smith, in the white and orange number 12. Going to have the 08 of Danielle Long next to him on the restart. We're going to go green, white, checkered in this heat race number 2, Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. The 12 of Robert Smith leads him past the pink tire in turn 4. Revs that engine up and takes off down the front straightaway. 44M Thomas Mock trying to stay with those front 2 cars. Mock settles into 3rd, down the back coming out of turn 2. Mock not able to make up any ground, stays in 3rd, now being challenged on the outside. Mock had 3rd on the restart, got to be careful. 33, your original race leader and pole sitter, James Fitzgerald, trying to move up one more spot, but Mock slams the door on that. And checkered flag. Robert Smith out of Cyprus takes heat race number 2. Couple of transponder issues with some of the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas cars, and Cody's getting on top of them, letting them know what's going on. Heat race number 3 is going to come out here in just a moment. James Hammock Jr. in the Hammock Fabrication Shop. He's working on race cars, watching on Race on Texas tonight. Robin Brooks over in Austin with the dogs, watching her son race tonight, the C3, Chris Birmingham. And also over in Bryan, Texas, Dean and Sharon. Dean and Sharon, I'm going to go with Preem on this one. Watching from Bryan, Texas, missing our Cotton Bowl friends. Well, we're certainly glad, Dean and Sharon, you turned on to Race on Texas. Thank you for doing that. Front row, 17, Billy White, 121, Brian Falkenberg, 96. Landon Falkenberg, inside row 2, 25, Dylan Budnick. 171, Tim Ellis, third row inside, third row outside. 81, the ever familiar, powerful and fast Dylan Spreen. Off and running we go. Dwarf cars racing down the front straightaway. Coming by, it's a big pack of cars. Everybody's fighting for first place. Looks like it's going to be the 81, Dylan Spreen. I talked him up pretty good. He wasted a little time going from the back row to the front. 81, Dylan Spreen, looking strong as usual, out of Kyle, Texas. Any type of car that Dylan gets inside of, he does a fantastic job. Dylan Budnick doing a great job out there, but again, the leader breaking away from the rest of the cars. 17, Billy White, your pole sitter, dropping further and further back in third, being challenged right now. May get shuffled back to fourth if he's not careful. Dylan Spreen running away from everybody in the first night of regular competition here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Thank you for coming out tonight. Spreen doing a great job motoring that Dwarf car. Nice and easy around the track here tonight. Track looks in great shape. Dylan Budnick second, but a distant second in the 25. So Dylan Spreen, again, an easy drive out here tonight. 17, Billy White, a distant third. 171, Tim Ellis, still on the track. As is the 121 of Brian Falkenberg. White flag was shown up in the flag stand, and Dylan Spreen about to see the two colors he likes the most in his racing life, black and white. It's the checkered flag as he comes across. Heat race win at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Concession stand is open for you tonight. We got some great food and drinks. Saw some Italian ice down there as I was coming in. Souvenir stands with hats and shirts and a whole much more. So be sure when you get up from your seat, just kind of walk around underneath the grandstands and see everything that's available for you. And take advantage of everything here. And if you're not prepared to buy stuff tonight, at least you know it's available, and bring your cash or credit card next time. Great t-shirts and hats and so much more. Heat race number 4 for the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Scheduled in this race, 88 Brandon Spreen sits on the pole. Next to him, 5M Brady Ricks. 7 Ron Thiel inside row 2. 12N Keith Lesher. 24F Brandon 40. And 37 Stacy Sterrett. Off and running. Here we go one more time. Dwarf cars looking really, really good tonight here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Let's see if it shakes out like it has tonight early in the races, where the front car jumps out strong and leaves everybody in their dust. There we go, a little bit of a spin out up there in turn number 2. Sitting there, seeing if they can get it fired up. Turn to 360, went back up by the wall. We're good, we're staying green all the way around. '88 Brandon Spreen doing a great job, as he always done. Over the years, I've been watching Brandon and Dylan for many, many years here in South and Central Texas. He's doing a great job in the '88, that time by the flag stand. Nathan Lavender just looked at him, going so fast. The 12 of Keith Lesher. 7, Ron Thiel. 37, Stacy Sterrett. 5M of Brady Ricks still out there muscling around. 27F Brandon 40. Right now, nobody has got anything. No competition for Brandon Spreen in this 4th of 5 heat races for the Dwarf cars. Spring coming out of 3 and 4. Looks up into the flag stand, sees the white flag waving in the South Texas breeze, Central Texas. And he knows he's got to go around one more time. Easy drive for Brandon Spring of the 88 tonight. None of these drivers in this fourth heat race had anything to keep up with Brandon. There's your winner, Brandon Spring with the win. We got one up in the top of turn 4. Checkers out, race is over. And one lone dwarf car sitting up there at the top of turn 4. So some of the dwarf cars tonight, a good group of them, their transponders are not working, and the scoring tower right now is letting them know, hey, we don't want to do this manual scoring up here. That's what the transponders are for. So they're letting the cars know, hey, your transponder's not working. You need to trade it out, get it fixed or something, but we don't want to do manual scoring. Get that transponder fixed. First 4 heat races, 9 transponders were not working in the dwarf car series, so they'll have to get that rectified or face the wrath of H.E. Nauman up here in the scoring tower. Might throw an empty bourbon bottle at him. Heat race number 5 coming up for the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Front row, 56, David Kohanek. Next to him, 11, Skylar Usamaki. Second row inside, Landon Saberi. Second row outside, 54, Brandon Cloud. And the sole car scheduled on row 3, 22C, Coy Moore. I wish Owen Pittman was with me here tonight so he could tackle some of these names. Owen loves those difficult names at the racetrack. All right, 5-car shootout, heat race number 5. Sport mods are on deck, but right now let's get these 5 dwarf cars underway. Shoot them around the track 8 times here at Cotton Bowl Speedway as they take off like lightning down the front straightaway into turn 1 and 2. You see how that tire down in the bottom of turn 1 is bigger than that race car. Race car sitting down there at the bottom of turn 1, and that tire actually bigger than a dwarf car. And I think with the dwarf cars, 1 spin and you're done, right? Yeah, 1 spin for the dwarf cars and you're done. So he actually raced in the heat race maybe 300 feet and he's done. Waited the whole off season for that. Yep. Yes, we completed 1 lap. Anything that makes the night go quicker. Oh, man, they're down there. Got a couple of push trucks down there. Got the 4-wheeler down there. Yeah, so the first night of racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway off to a pretty good start. A lot of domination by some of these drivers getting out to 10, 12 car length leads. Mark your calendar. Our next race for all the Cotton Bowl Speedway classes is April the 23rd, so that's in 2 weeks. Mark your calendar, April 23rd for our next race event. Of course, you can always get on the Facebook page, you can get on the website, check out all the upcoming events and all the results, pictures, and more. All right, lights are out. Nathan Lavender throws that green flag out for the 4 remaining Dwarf cars. They take off down the front straightaway. Green lights on, down the back they go. 3 cars still together. Your leader starting to pull away. Back 3 cars trying to close ground. Whoa, another solo spin, but he turns it around and keeps on going. I told you that's what those Dwarf cars do. They'll do that 360 and get back into it. They may lose spots on the race grid, but they don't cause a whole lot of delay when they spin. Looks like Kaholnik out front in the 56. Trying to catch him on my monitor. Yep, there he goes, 56, Kaholnik. Moore in the 22C in second. Landon Saberi, 72 in third. 11, Skylar Usamaki. Now that's a new name that I've, over the years announcing the Dwarf cars, I don't believe I've ever said that name before. Skylar Usamaki in fourth. Skylar driving the number 11 car. But right now, an easy drive out there for Kulhanik in the 56. Moore's got nothing for him right now in that 22C. Can't catch up to him. Saberi in that 72 trying to chase down Moore, but he's running out of time, and I don't know that he's got the power in that Dwarf car to do it. David Kulhanik out of Danbury, Texas, cruising around in this Dwarf car, trying to head home for a win. And later tonight, he'd like to win that main event and get to Craig's Victory Circle. The Skylar Usamaki, who we were talking about, is from Pinehurst, Texas. There we go, checkered flag, Kulhanik with the win. Man, oh man, thank you very much to everybody that's out there in the grandstands tonight here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We appreciate you coming out. A nice, gentle Central Texas breeze out there. For those of you that are watching the live stream on Race on Texas on the All Access Pass, right there at the bottom you got the email, racelocation@yahoo.com. If you're here in the grandstands or if you're watching somewhere across the country or across the world, shoot me an email. We've already got people from the East Coast and around Texas already chiming in. We read their names, but racelocation@yahoo.com. Shoot me an email. Let me know where you're watching from, who's watching with you. We'll give you a shout out here in just a little bit. IMCA Southern Sport Mods coming out. They've got 22 cars registered tonight. Going to be 3 heat races for this group of cars. Good crowd up here in the VIP booth tonight on both sides, and nice little crowd in here in the scoring and announcers room as Race on Texas back at it again. Yeah, don't forget we were talking earlier pre-race. Mary Ann was talking about your admission here to the racetrack. We open the gates at 5, and when you come in, you're more than welcome to go back to the pit area from 5 to 6:30, and then we'll rustle you out. We'll let you go to the driver's meeting as well. So that's all included in your price of admission. So show up early, go to the pits, talk to the drivers, go to the driver's meeting, and then settle in for the races. IMCA Southern Sport Mods coming up. Heat 1 of 3. 32, Robert Stewart starting on the pole. 777, James Honish next to him. Second row inside, 79, David Meredith. Second row outside, 21T, Taylor Florio. 717, G.W. Egbert, the fourth, inside row 3. Next to him, 75, Todd Roberts McAvoy. 10D, Don Painter. 55R, Rusty Head. Going green at the pink tire. Here we go. Got some big names in this one. Robert Stewart leads the way at the pink tire. Green, green, green. Robert Stewart starting up on the pole, leading them initially around the track here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. '79, David Meredith tried to make a move earlier, getting shuffled back a little bit. Stewart takes that inside line on turn 4. James Honish in the 777 out there doing battle with the rest of these drivers out here tonight. Never count out the 717 of G.W. Egbert. Stewart running a pretty good race right now on that inside line. .717 of Egbert right up there with Robert Stewart. Egbert gets shuffled back a little bit coming out of turn 2. He's got the outside line, though. Oh, we could have 3 wide. Watch out! Oh, Robert Stewart in the 32, close to being bumped out of the way by 717 G.W. Egbert. Egbert was going along the outside wall. Stewart kind of shuffled up in front of him, nearly cost him, and there is a change in the lead. Just like that. 777 James Honish, 717 Egbert get by Robert Stewart. Stewart gets shuffled all the way back to 3rd, and now it's Honish and Egbert. Couple of 3 numbered cars, Honish 777, Egbert 717. Egbert in the blue body, black top, Southern Sport modified. 777 the all white of James Hanish. Hanish has the outside spot. Egbert on the inside as he turns those tires. Hanish down the front straightaway, still holding the lead. Now Egbert shoots out in front of him coming out of turn 2. They get back up door to door again. What a great race again these veteran 2 drivers are giving us early in the year. Hanish and Egbert. Wow, 717 Egbert with the win, just barely get by James Honish in the 777. .717 G.W. Egbert the 4th, he gets that win. Just nips James Honish coming down the front straightaway. Egbert in the 717 out of Salado, Texas, just getting by James Honish in the 777 from Belton. Southern Sport Modified heat race number 2 getting ready to come out. Front row is going to be inside 35 Ray Glaze, 556 Gerald Henderson, 13B Bryce Reed inside row 2, 11A Michael Alford, 3rd row inside 12D Dwayne Owens, 14 Derek Ashby next to him on the outside of row 3, 21X Danny Mitchell scheduled in the 4th row inside. Going green next time coming out of turn 4 right by the pink tire. Ray Glaze, Gerald Henderson. Out of turn 4 at the pink tire. Green light goes on. Green flag, green light, off and running. Heat race number 2 for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. 55G Gerald Henderson trying to jump out quickly, but here comes the 13B of Bryce Reed. Gets by him down the back straightaway. Reed trying to grab that initial lead, and he will down the front straightaway by the tower. 11A, Michael Alford backs up to, or starts his race third in the 11A. Bryce Reed doing a great job out there, leading this pack of Southern Sport Mods. Opening up about a 5-6 car length lead as he comes zipping out of turn 4. 55G Gerald Henderson coming up behind him, but doesn't have anything for him early in this race as the 8 laps are clicking away. 2 down, 6 to go. Bryce Reed out of Brazoria, Texas, driving your leading car in the 13B down the front straightaway and into the turn. Really opening up that lead right now in the 55G of Gerald Henderson. Not much competition right now as the 11 trying to move up a spot. Michael Alford trying to close ground on the 55G. Henderson a steady second. Alford not able to do much. We got one going into the infield. 21X Danny Mitchell goes to the infield. His heat race is done for the night. Last lap shown as they go by the flag stand is Bryce Reed got that easy drive out there tonight. Checker flag win, Bryce Reed with the win. 55G Gerald Henderson finishing up in second. Southern Sport Mods heat race number 2. Southern Sport Mod, heat race number 3 coming up 00. Troy Alford going to lead the way on the pole. 9M, William McGuire next to him. Second row inside, 23, Greg Atwood. Row 2 outside, Chris Florio in the 21. H14, Heath Stewart inside row 3. 115 on the outside, Andrew Supak. And row 4, the 8 of Doug Ripple. Eight times around is the final heat race for the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Troy Alford, William McGuire front row. Greg Atwood, Chris Florio second row. Heath Stewart, Andrew Supak third row. And Doug Ripple in the 8, the solo car at the back. One car is missing a transponder. We're just going to try to figure out who that is. Lights are out. Here we go. Troy Alford on the pole, leads him down the front straightaway. William McGuire right next to him, off and running. First time by William McGuire in the 9M, leading the way in this third heat race. Got Belton, Texas, listed as his hometown. Trying to separate himself from the 23 of Greg Atwood out of Georgetown, Texas, settling into second, coming down the front straightaway. It's a gaggle of cars, a flock, 00 Troy Alford trying to get up there in the mix out of Magnolia, Texas. Straight line of Southern Sport Mods. Race leader goes high up on turn 3 and 4. That cost him some ground. See if McGuire in the 9M, your race leader, can hold on to that position. The hard charge of 23, Greg Atwood right behind him. Well, we got us a lead change there. 23, Greg Atwood able to take advantage of a mistake by the 9M of William McGuire. McGuire now trying to play catch-up down the front straightaway into turn 1 and 2. May have been a costly mistake as Atwood was able to capitalize, grabs the lead, and now opening up a pretty good lead. Coming by the flag stand, 2 laps to go, held out for the drivers. White flag this time by Greg Atwood. Leads him by. William McGuire in second, 21 Chris Florio right now in third. Let's see if they finish up that way as the 14 of Heath Stewart pedaling down the back straightaway trying to move up a spot. Maybe too late. There's the checkered flags. And there is your winner. 23 Greg Atwood. Second William McGuire. All right, we will get these cars out of the way. I believe it's the Advanced Auto Parts Street Stocks getting ready to come up. They got 3 heat races tonight. They're actually going to be competing tonight in the Bubba Wolf Memorial. The Advanced Auto Parts Street Stocks tonight racing. Thank you to Ron Follis and others who donated to the purse tonight in memory of Bubba Wolf. And that pot increased from $400 for the win up to $1,000. So thank you to all those fine folks down there in the black Budweiser shirts. Saw y'all come in earlier tonight. Thank you for helping out and honoring the Bubba Wolf Memorial. Advanced Auto Parts Street Stock, heat race number 1. We got 3 of them on tap. Front row, 3X Travis Norman, 3D Darrell Rhodes. 7A Will Arnold, 714 Charles Melvany, 56 Drake Pruitt, 39 Chase Ellison, and 717 GW Egbert IV. Should have 7 cars out there, but might be missing a couple. I see 4. Looks like the 39 of Chase Ellison was able to jump out there on the back straightaway. Needs to catch up to the pack, though. Next time by, Green Flag Racing. 3X right there. Travis Norman. He's going to start on the pole. He's from Unknown, Texas. That's what it says. Unknown. Daryl Rhodes in the 3D out of Dicetta, Texas. 7A Will Arnold from Magnolia. 714 Melviny. He's out of Elmont. Lights are out. Here we go. Picking up speed. Green flag, green light as they take off. Travis Norman leads the way. Norman leads the way down the front straightaway out of turn 4. 7A Will Arnold trying to give chase, goes high up on turn 2. Cost him some ground as your race leader opens up about a 3-4 car length lead down the front straightaway. See if they can close it this time by. Yes, he does. 714 Charles Melviny holding on to a solid third. He's right smack dab halfway between the front 2 cars and the back 2 cars. 56 Drake Pruitt. 39 Chase Ellison. Looks like the Egbert car did not make it out for this race. .7A Will Arnold going way up on turn 3 and 4. Now he does a crossover move coming down the front straightaway. Arnold trying to find some open spot in 1 and 2. Arnold trying to pressure his way through, and he does. You got a new race leader, Will Arnold. Arnold shuffles the 3X of Travis Norman, or Will Atwood, 7A back. Yeah, 3X Travis Norman was leading the race, and what a great job there by the 7A of Will Arnold to shuffle him back a spot, take over the lead. Norman not going away easily, though, staying within striking distance as they come up to 2 laps to go. Will Arnold trying to hold on to that coveted first place spot. He's getting a workout there from 3X Travis Norman coming out of turn 2 into turn 3. Norman staying right there with him, challenging him. Too late, not enough time. Checkered flag comes out. Will Arnold grabs the win. 3X Travis Norman, a good second place finish. Hey, Christy Norman, she's turned in to Race on Texas. She's watching from Belton. Thank you, Christy. Appreciate it. Give a shout out to some folks watching from the grandstands tonight. Albert and Linda Villegas watching from the grandstands. Yeehaw, he says. Thank you for being here live. Also got Aaron Land. Aaron Land is watching from Danbury, Texas, rooting for the Moore team and everybody from Danbury. All right, starting lineup. Trey Votaw, Robert Danielson, Dale Criswell, Drew Garcia, Chris Birmingham, Shane Lander, and Gerald Johnson. Got some smoke pouring out of the red car down the back straightaway. Scoring tower saw that quickly on the start of the race. Getting worse as it goes around. 64L Shane Lander. 64L looking pretty bad. He's getting a call from the scoring tower, the race director letting him know just how bad it is. 716 Trey Votaw got the early lead in heat race number 2. Votaw started on the pole, finds himself up front pretty easily right now, separating himself from the pack. 87 Robert Danielson. Good to see Robert back up here at Cotton Bowl Speedway out of Bandera, Texas. Him and his lovely wife coming back to Cotton Bowl to do some racing. Bianca. Looks like the 9G of Drew Garcia, a steady third right now as he lines up behind Danielson in the 87. Trey Votaw, though, easy drive in the Advanced Auto Parts Street Stock heat race number 2, 7:16. He's got the lead. Danielson's got nothing for him in the 87. Garcia lining up in third. Although Chris Birmingham in the C3, he's got some fans watching because they sent the email earlier. Chris Birmingham been a fixture in auto racing in South and Central Texas for many years. Good guy, good driver. 09 Gerald Johnson motoring around at the back of the pack. Here comes your race leader, gets the white flag. Easy drive right now for Trey Votaw. Danielson trying to hold on to second, hold off the 9G of Drew Garcia. And that's how they finish. Checker flag, Votaw with the win in the 7:16. Robert Danielson finished second in the 87. Drew Garcia, 9G in the third. Hey, going to give a shout out also here in the grandstands. John Spunseller and daughter Tiffany sitting over in section 8 here, or section H, and they're FaceTiming with John's 4-year-old grandson at the Bull Ring in Las Vegas. So that's pretty good. Cotton Bowl Speedway and the Bull Ring in Vegas. John Spunseller and daughter Tiffany, thanks for being here in section H. Danielle Wilkinson sent me an email. Mikey tuning in right here from the grandstands. Thank you. All right, heat number 3, 58, John Aramendia on the pole. 12R, Randy Weatherford right next to him. 48, Dwayne Toy in second row inside. Next to him, Joe Garcia in the 2. Row 3, the 1B of Brandon Hood, and Daniel Gaudette right next to him in the 05. Gaudette had a good run at Heart of Texas last night. Had a couple of good runs at Heart of Texas this year. Final heat race for the Advanced Auto Parts Street Stocks. Here they come, rushing down the front straightaway. Down and around they go. They got some pretty good names in this one as well. See how things start to shake out. 58, John Aramendia grabs the early lead, but he goes way up on turn 4. Let's see if it cost him some ground. Pretty close right there. Aramendia in the blue with the orange trim 58 trying to hold the lead. He's got the outside spot. Got to be careful. He goes high up on turn 4. That's going to cost him this time. One B, Brandon Hood out of McGregor, Texas, takes advantage of the Aramendia mistake. And Aramendia drops from first to third on that issue up in turn 4, trying to fight back to grab second. Aramendia able to get by Dwayne Toyin. Toyin had second for about a lap. Aramendia able to fight back past him in the 58, grab it back. Shuffles Toyin back to third. Everything looking pretty good right now as they really separate themselves out. Brandon Hood 1B with the lead. Aramendia still second in the 58. White flag's thrown out. Nate the Lavender doing a great job as always. There's the checkered flag. 1B Brandon Hood grabs the win. Looks like 48 Dwayne Toyin going to cross in second, just in front of John Aramendia, who wraps up third. Magnum IMCA Modifieds should be next up. 12 of them registered tonight, 2 heat races for the Magnum IMCA Mods. Two heat races. Heat race number 1, 73D. Jacob Horch going to be on the pole. Going to have James Bohannon in the 26B next to him. Second row inside, 17, Cody Tidwell. 81, Ryan Childress next to him. Third row inside, 20T, Troy Seidel. Going to have the 10 of Robert Walton next to him there. Lights are going to go out on the back straightaway. They've been informed we're going green coming out of turn 4 at the pink tire down there. Keeping the show moving along. Here we go. 6 Magnum IMCA Modifieds come roaring at you. 73D Jacob Horch leads the way down into turn 1. Let's see how things shuffle up there. Whoa, into the tire. Issues in turn 2 early. Looks like he's moving. He'll get back in the mix here. He'll pull back out after they go by. He may not get the win in the heat race, but he'll still have a lot of laps to figure his car out for the main event. '17 Cody Tidwell's worked his way up front. 73D Jacob Horch, a steady second. Jacob Horch, just as soon as I say his name, he spins out in the 73D. Off and run of the go as the 73D Jacob Horch is off the track after that issue up there in turn number 2 as they get back to racing. 26B James Bohannon trying to get up into the mix, but here comes your race leader. It's the 17 of Cody Tidwell, just like it was before the yellow. Cars bouncing around coming out of turn 4, no heavy contact. Racing for second down in turn 2. Tidwell just checking out. He's done. He's checking out from the rest of this group. One more time. Here comes the 26B of James Bohannon rushing up into second place. Got a pretty good battle going between second and third. Ryan Childress in the multicolored 81 car had second for a minute. I was looking at that 81 car of Ryan Childress. We Facebook each other a whole lot, and I'm going to have to talk to him about that paint scheme. It's like taking one of those tests, and they hold the card up in front of you, and they say, "What do you see?" I can barely see an 81 inside there. Looks like Ryan's got some duct tape over another number that's already on the car. So I can barely see that duct tape, and now I know it's Ryan, so that'll make it easier. Cody Tidwell with the win. It's a race for second. And my man Ryan Childress comes home in second. Just gets ahead of James Bohannon, who finishes in third. Cody Tidwell out of Round Rock just absolutely checked out of that race. Ryan Childress from Elgin. Good run in that 81. Heat race number 2, Magnum IMCA Modifieds. Front row, very familiar name, 94, Chris Morris. Outside row 1, 94.77 of Austin Keel. 44, Wade Pistol on second row inside. Second row outside, M17, Joe Whitehead. Third row inside, 26, Wyatt Bohannon. And third row outside, 12D, Matt DeWitt. 94.77. I don't think I've ever seen a number that large. Chris Morris finishing second in points last year in the IMCA Modifieds. He's out of Taylor, Texas. '94, Austin Keel out of Cave Creek, Arizona. 44, Wade Pistol out of Austin. M17, Joe Whitehead from Lago Vista. 26, Wyatt Bohannon from Waller, Texas. And 12D, Matt DeWitt. He doesn't have a town listed as his hometown. Lights are out, going green this time by Chris Morris. Looking for his first checkered flag of the year in the heat race. Here we go. Green flag, green light as the 94 and the 94.77 take off side by side. '26 Bohannon having some early issues up there in turn 2. Backed off the pace a lot. Chris Morris quickly establishing himself strong in this IMCA modified race. Austin Keel second in the 94.77. Morris, very familiar with the tracks here in South Texas, does a great job at I-37 here at Cotton Bowl. Races a lot down at Edna. Really, really strong driver in that 94, Chris Morris. I was just noticing the 94 of Chris Morris. When he goes into the turns, he locks up that left front tire and it just stops spinning completely. All the other cars, when they go into the turns and the left front tire goes up in the air, it's still spinning. But the 94 of Chris Morris, over those first 4 or 5 laps, that left front tire comes to a complete stop once it gets off the ground. There it is one more time. That's simply amazing. I see and learn more each and every year that I do this. Morris running a masterful race out there. The 94.77 of Keel running second. As the checkered flag comes out, that's how they finish. Great run there once again by Chris Morris in the 94, very familiar with the racing surface here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Did a great job out there. Design Welding Sport Compacts. We've got 2 heat races getting ready for the Sport Compacts. Heat race number 1 on the pole. 12.5, John DeWitt. 41S, Shay Nauman. 00, Cody Crabb. A7, Taylor Fuller. And the 42 of Bo Bollinger. Here's another message I got all the way from the pit area. Marianne Nauman saying hello from the pits. All right, man, we are going green for the first Design Welding Sport Compact race of the 2022 season. Trying to tell these cars to pick it up. It's supposed to be 2x2. Trying to get that 41S Shay Nauman car. H.E. Nauman yelling at the yellow car to go, go, get up, get up. It didn't work. I would love to see H black flag his granddaughter in that 41S. That would be hilarious. All right, John DeWitt in the 12.5. Shay Nauman, 41S. Cody Crabb, 00. Cody Crabb really came on strong last year. He won a feature race but got disqualified, and then he went back and got the car fixed up and came back and won the next feature. Taylor Fuller in the A7, 42, Bo Bollinger. All right, so that's Cody Crabb out there in that red car. It's supposed to be a 00, but those don't look like zeros to me. Not. Oh, I see it now. Those are elongated zeros, and then he's got checkered flags attached to them. Okay. Watch out, people backing up from the outside wall as that A7 comes sliding in, Taylor Fuller. Not sure if there was shenanigans down there. Sounds like we're getting some word that the A7 may have been trying to retaliate. A7 Taylor Fuller being told they're going to the rear. Of course, he spun anyway, but also for the retaliation. All right, so we're watching a replay. For those of you on Race on Texas, being able to see the replay where the cars really got into each other. People up there on the top of turn 1 had to get out of the way, but you see the 00 of Crabb going right into the side of A7. And then when they go down into turn 1, looks like the A7 of Taylor Fuller might have tried to retaliate a little bit and got the worst for wear of it. So we're going to send both of them back. Taylor Fuller in the A7 out of Killeen, Texas. And then Cody Crabb got Taylor, Texas listed as his home. Wow, out of all the classes of cars that we've had racing out here so far tonight, and it is the sport compacts that are causing the issue and beating and banging on each other. Twelve and a half, John DeWitt looks like he's going to go ahead and claim the lead down the back straightaway as they slowly go down the back. There goes Cody Crabb trying to hustle up there in the 00, along with the 42, Bo Bollinger. 41S, Shay Nauman backing off, and as she gets her feet wet in the racing community and the design welding sport compacts. Cody Crabb, the red 00, coming down the front straightaway, going to the outside of DeWitt. Taking that middle groove in turn 1 and 2. Goes along the outside wall. DeWitt being passed going into turn 3, and Cody Crabb grabs the lead one more time in the design welding sport compact. There's the white flag out there. Sport compacts getting their feet well. Oh, watch out. The 41S getting a little loosey-goosey. First time I've said that this year. Grandpa up here getting nervous. Here's a checker flag win. Down the front, Cody Crabb with the win. 12 and a half, John DeWitt finishing up in second. And the A7 of Taylor Fuller in third. Heat race number 2 for the design welding sport compacts. Front row inside, the 10 of Reagan White. 53, Preston Hesselmeyer, outside row 1. The 03 of Julie Crabb, inside row 2. and the 33K of Caleb Pouncey. Those will be the 4 cars competing in this second heat race. Coming up here right after this final Sport Compact race, we'll have the little kids come out there on the front straightaway. We'll have the Power Wheel races, and then we will have our trophy presentations to our champions from last year right down there by the flag stand. A lot of new drivers in this class this year. That's Caleb Pouncey out of Thrall, Texas, in the yellow car, being talked to by one of the officials, trying to talk them into getting side by side for the start of this race. We're going to go green flag racing next time by. Race director running out of breath, saying the word side by side. 33K Pouncey a little apprehensive about catching up with the group. But we got to go racing anyway. Green flag, green light, here we go. A lot of new names in the Design Welding Sport Compacts here for the 2022 race season. Sport Compact slowly making their way by. Like I said, a lot of new drivers out here, a lot of unfamiliar names. 53 Preston Hesselmeyer getting out front of this group. Second heat race for the Sport Compacts as they rush around. It's our final heat race of the night. Then we'll go into intermission with the Power Wheel races. Introduce you to our champions that are here tonight. I think we're going to throw just a little bit of water on the racetrack to get it in a little bit better racing shape for the main events. 10 Reagan White running second out there right now. Reagan White out of Temple, Texas. McKeska's Barbecue, exit 300 Avenue H. Not like I know exactly where it is. Good barbecue. I've been eating there for about 50 years. Laps are clicking away for this group of Design Welding Sport Compacts. All the Sport Compacts, just like the other drivers, looking to be part of the Craig's Winner's Circle. Only one car from each group can make it to Craig's Winner's Circle, and they hope it's them. Two laps to go that time by as Nathan Lavender keeps an eye on these Sport Compacts working their way around. 53 Preston Hesselmeyer out of Gerald, Texas, leading this group of Sport Compacts as the white flag was shown that time by. Checker flag, Preston Hesselmeyer came home with the win. Reagan White finishing up in second. Those sound like threatening words right there. Get your hands off my man, beep. I heard that. I'm standing right here. I heard the whole thing. I'm right here. Well, them fighting words over there. Well, once again, thank you all for coming out to Cotton Bowl Speedway opening night. We'll be back here again in 2 weeks for our second week of racing, April the 23rd. Make sure to tell your friends and family about it. Come and join you with it. The gates open at 5 o'clock, and you're invited to go back to the pit area. Let you go back and look at the cars, talk to the drivers. You're invited to observe the drivers' meeting, and we'll let you stay back there in the pits from 5 to about 6:30. And then we'll hustle you back up here as we get ready for the racing action. But it's all included in your admission. It's nothing extra to go back to the pits. So be sure to show up early. Go meet some drivers, look at those cars up close and personal. Man, I like that hoodie. That's a good looking hoodie that just walked by. Cotton Bowl Speedway hoodie. I like it. Be sure to go back to the souvenir stand, man. They got hats and shirts and apparently hoodies and a whole lot more. Check it out. Make great presents. Grab some food and drink and settle in for our main events coming up. But one of the most exciting times in the state of Texas at a racetrack getting ready to come up is our Power Wheel races are getting ready to take place in front of you, and some of these are very, very fast, and some of them, maybe they're not, but boy, they get out there and have fun. Hey, don't forget the green flag. Bring that down. Most important, or we'll never get these races done. Power Wheel drivers, we are waiting on you right now, because as soon as you finish your Power Wheel races, we're going to throw just a little bit of water on the top side of the track. So Power Wheel racers, come on down. We need you right now. All right, last call. Power Wheels, we need you up here. Parents hustling them on up. All right. Some of them are being driven. Some of them are being pulled down by daddy. Little manual labor. Ah, the kids. They always have a great time out here in the Power Wheels. Love to see the smiles on their faces as they compete. They may not win, but they're out there in the race cars, the race tractors, everything that they got. Now, spectators, we are going to ask you to do one of two things. If you're along the fence line, one, please step back and sit down, or two, kneel down if you're going to be by the fence line so other people can see. All right, pretty simple. We want everybody to be able to see these fun kids out here. So if you are along the fence line, either kneel down or step back to the first row. Appreciate your help so everybody can enjoy it. Okay, let's get that first group of Power Wheels lined up. We'll get the officials out there to tell them ready, set, go. The lovely Amber Leonard out there with the flag. Cody out there getting them lined up in their group. All right, guys, take it over. Let's get them going. There they go, off and running. It's the pink car down the front straightaway. That's a great run. Keep going, kids. Keep going. Great job. Always having fun out there. All right, we'll get that group out of the way, and then we'll get that next group ready to go. There they go, off and running. Pink is the name of the game. Look at him go. Racing to the start-finish line. There we go. Two pinks and a blue right up front. And a dog bringing up the rear. Woof, woof. We ought to have dog races out here one night. That would be hilarious. We might have dogs all over the property. Okay, everybody, we need to clear the track as quickly as possible. We need H is out there on turn 3 with the water truck. Unless you want to get absolutely soaked, you need to get off the track quickly. Cody, tell everybody to get off the track if you would, please. Need to clear the track, folks. Parents, please clear the track. There's another dog right here. Could be in the dog race. I love it. What in the world is that? Yeah. Folks, we need to clear the track. That means go to the infield, please, quickly. I mean, to the pits. All right. Pictures. Oh, yeah. Hey, you folks that are on the front couple of rows, you might want to be careful because when that water truck comes by, he's going to be watering up along the wall. And the way Mother Nature has that wind blowing, you may get that yearly shower. So be careful when you see that water truck coming around. You might want to move up a couple of steps until he's done. James Honish, where are you? We need you up here quickly. Okay, Cotton Bowl Speedway, we appreciate you sticking around here with us and coming out the first night of racing as we are going to recognize 5 of our 6 champions from the 2021 racing season. One of our champions, unfortunately, not able to make it tonight for a family event. But we've got these fantastic trophies down here on the front straightaway on the sidewalk, as H is going to go back there and water the track a little bit. So we are going to get started with our presentation of our 2021 track champions. And let's begin with our design welding sport compact champion, Mr. Dylan Kowalik. Congratulations, Dylan. Not racing in sport compacts this year. He's moving on up like the Jeffersons, and he's into the factory stocks now. One more round of applause for Dylan Kowalik. Now, all of our drivers are going to give away, they've got a license plate to give away to a child that's signed by the drivers. So it's signed by all the drivers, so that's 5 license plates that are going out. Our next 2021 track champion in the factory stock division, the 8-star of Tim Holmeyer. Tim Holmeyer with a great run in the 2021 race season. How many championships is that, Tim? 7 championships. He stopped counting at 7. Up next, our IMCA stock car champion for 2021, his first ever track championship, Marcus Harcrow. One of, I'm sure, many to come. That's the best you've ever looked behind that flag. Congratulations, Marcus. Next up, our IMCA Southern Sport Modified track champion for 2021, the 777 of James Hunnish. Woohoo! And our next track champion, his first championship on dirt, as we clarified earlier, the IMCA Modified, the 01 of Derek Scott Jr. That's your husband, Marianne. That's your husband driving. I did warn you. I did. You weren't listening. Oh, goodness. All right, Derek Scott Jr. Now, the only one we're missing tonight is our Advanced Auto Parts Street Stock champion, Tommy Gurrell. I'm going to let Marianne talk a little bit about Tommy's absence tonight.
All right, so this is the 4th championship for Tommy Gurrell. And if you don't know, his daughter, Kendall, is Miss Cotton Bowl Speedway. And she's been so supportive of her dad all of these years, and she is amazing in softball. And she has a tournament this weekend, and her dad chose to support her. He sends all of his thanks to each and every one of you, and he's so sorry you missed out tonight. So let's give it up for Tommy Gurrell with his 4th championship at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
All right, so we're going to knock out a little bit of water here real quick. H is going around and watering the top a little bit. Give us 4 or 5 more minutes, and then we're going to be doing nothing but main event racing. Concession stands, souvenir stands. We'll see you here in just a few minutes. Well, the first intermission out of the way here at Cotton Bowl for the 2022 race season is H is going to put just a little water out there on the track, put it along the outside line. $133 cars registered at the back gate tonight. That's a great opening night here for Cotton Bowl, and look forward to have a lot of these drivers return each and every Saturday night that we race. Mark it on your calendar. April 23rd, we are back at the track. Main event order is going to look like this. The Browning IMCA stock cars, followed by the factory stocks, Dwarf cars, IMCA Southern Sport Mods, Advanced Auto Parts Street Stocks, Magnum IMCA Modifieds, and the Design Welding Sport Compacts to wrap up the night. Browning IMCA stock cars, when they come out, they will kick off the main events here for Cotton Bowl Speedway. And our first regular season night of racing, 16 are listed on the starting grid. This group of cars. This group of cars helping to roll in the water that H put out there on the track and get it ready for racing action. Man, we're getting smoked out up here in the tower. We got smoke coming from downstairs up here, and everybody's coughing and gagging right now. It's crazy. Over 130 cars tonight, the opening night of Cotton Bowl. Thank you for watching on Race on Texas and the All Access Pass, as they call it now. All Access used to be called Speed Pass. $39.99 a month. You can watch races from all across the state of Texas. Be sure to choose Cotton Bowl Speedway as your home track, and half that $39.99 is going to come back to the track to help with necessary items. All right, cars are going to start doubling up as the workers and trucks start to head back into the infield. First main event of the night getting ready to come up. Browning IMCA stock cars, 20 laps. 704 Nate Robbins on the inside of row 1. Outside of him, number 9, David Leger Jr. 94A, Allison Morris on the inside of row 2. C3, Chris Cunningham. 33M, Mason Doherty inside row 3. Next to him, Dustin Mooney in the 121. 9B, Jeffrey Borho inside row 4. Outside, Marcus Harcrow. We just talked to him and presented his trophy. Row 5 inside, 01, Terry Scherner. 19, Jason Batt right there. Joe O'Brien, row 6 inside. 4K, Ken Plonsky outside. Row 7, 3, CJ Gray. Outside, Justin Waringa. 14T on the last row, Joey Scherner. And 555, Richard Shields rounds out the group schedule for the main event. Race director talking to the drivers inside their helmets, asking some of them next time by, give a thumbs up to make sure that everything's rolled in nicely and it's not too slick. All right, so here's the game plan. Right, change 1 to change 4. They're going to spread out a little bit. They're going to hot lap a couple of times to work in that moisture, and then we're going to go at it. For those of you watching our race on Texas, like we said, we're just kind of hot lapping them a little bit after H put that water down along the outside, the top of the track, and instead of just sending them right away to race on that wet track, he had them kind of work it in a little bit, work it in, and then I think we're going to be ready to go. Trying to get them up in the turn 1 and 2 area to work that in just a little bit better. The rest of the track looks pretty good, but race director keeping an eye on 1 and 2. 2 more times around, and I think they're going to be complete. Safety, safety, safety. It's a big thing here. We want to make sure we have a good racing surface to begin with, but I'm going to put water on it and make it too dangerous for the drivers as well, especially the first night out. Wise decision here, working it in around the track, and then we'll get them underway. All right, drivers being given the instructions to slow down, get lined back up in their proper position. We're going to knock out 20 quick this group, as we've got it in pretty good racing shape now. All right, the 19 jumped right in their spot there. Jason Batt jumped in where he needed to go. So you got Nate Robbins in the 704 up front. Going to be moving fast up there with David Leger Jr. in the 9. Allison Morris looking pretty strong earlier tonight in the heat race. Chris Birmingham, we got an email from family cheering on Chris Birmingham from far away, and he's in the C3. So those are your front 4 cars in this 20-lap main event. The A feature, Browning IMCA stock cars. All right, scoring tower, technical, or the race director is very happy with everything. They showed him the rolled up green flag in the tower that time. We are ready to go 20 times to the Browning IMCA stock cars. First winner of the night going to be visiting the Craig's Winner Circle, Craig's Victory Lane. Who's going to claim it in the IMCA stock cars? Let's find out as Nate Robbins and David Leger lead him around, picking up speed. Here we go, green flag, green light. First feature race of the year. Leger to the outside quickly of Nate Robbins. Comes out of turn 2 with the initial lead. Robbins shuffles back to second. Everybody kind of bundling up there in turn 3 and 4. Leger making quick work of this. Got the nose of that car ready to go to victory lane. 704 Nate Robbins wants to do something about that. Cars real close together coming out of turn 4. No contact so far in the race. Everybody running strong and fast. 555 goes into the infield. Richard Shields into the infield. We got a spin up in turn 2. Still green as that car coasted backwards into the infield, just out of, now he powers it up and gets back on the track. There we go. All right. Leger now really opening up that lead. 33 now goes to the infield. 33M Mason Doherty, and now another spin in turn 2. 3 cars caught up there in turn 2. One of them is moving under their own power back on the track. One of them sitting still on the downside of turn 2. Another one coast into the infield. So 3 cars got caught up in that one. One fired it up and kept going. Another one coasted to the infield. Another one still sits right there in turn 2. And now that car in turn 2 spins it around, and he'll rejoin the back of the pack in this IMCA stock car main event. Dustin Mooney in the 121 starting to move up as well. He'll be in the top 3 or 4 this time. Yeah, actually he's on the inside of that second row, Delaware Restart, where your leader starts out front. That's Leger. And then the 121 of Dustin Mooney will be on the inside of that first row behind him. Got Chris Birmingham right there behind him. Lights are out. Here we go one more time. Nate Robbins is going to be up there in the 704 somewhere. There he is in 3rd place as he slides in behind the 121 of Dustin Mooney. Mooney now giving chase and not letting Leger get too far ahead as he has earlier in this race. 1 and 2 wide coming out of turn 4. Chris Birmingham in third place. He takes the low side in turn 1 and 2. Everybody find those opening spots to move up an extra spot. The 19 of Jason Batt goes to the outside line. He got caught in the middle of a couple of cars down the back straightaway. Now goes to that outside line. Rushes by, looks like Joe O'Brien in the 14. Leger right now, one more time, now starting to open up that 6-car length lead over the 121 of Dustin Mooney. David Leger out of Anderson, Texas. Got that lead out there over the 121 of Dustin Mooney out of Forney, Texas. Marcus Harcrow got his first track championship 2021. Just got presented to you down front. He settles into third as those front 3 cars now breaking away. Chris Birmingham a distant 4th. Birmingham in a battle. Looks like he's about to get past coming out of turn 2. Jason Batt goes by Chris Birmingham down the back straightaway. Birmingham going to try to pay him back in turn 4 and grab that spot back, see if he's got the power. No, he does not. Batt hangs on in the 19. Race leader going into 3 and 4. Leger goes 3/4 of the way up on the turn. Comes along the outside wall. Pretty good length over Mooney. And Harcrow running 3rd in the 29. Batt 4th in the 19. Birmingham 5th in the C3. All very familiar names in the community. I was first introduced to the Leger family at the asphalt track at San Antonio Speedway many years ago. Several of the Leger family racing at the time. Leger, a lot of power inside that 9 IMCA stock cars. Nobody in the heat race could compete with him, and right now he's showing that nothing with him in the main event. Race director telling the 14 car to hold his line so your race leader, Leger, can get by him, and he does successfully down the back straightaway. Here comes Dustin Mooney, going to have to do the same thing. Got to be careful with those back markers as Mooney gets by. Oh, watch out. Mooney scraped by. Harcrow now coming up behind that 14 car in the back. You have to be careful with those slower cars. Leger running that outside wall down the front straightaway. Dustin Mooney kind of taking more of an inside line, trying to cut the amount of earth that he actually has to drive to see if he can dig into that lead of Leger, but so far, no action happening. Last lap shown to Leger. It's the final lap. Leger, a masterful presentation tonight in the Browning IMCA stock cars. Looks like Chris Birmingham having issues up there in turn 2. Here comes your checker flag win. David Leger with the win. Dustin Mooney finishing up in second. checkered flag win as the race director yelling at the car that slowed down at the turn 2, dropped the window net while cars were still going by, and yelling at all the cars to go low, because we were still under green flag conditions. He was out of the way enough. But yeah, checkered flag win. The 9 of David Leger. '29 Marcus Harcrow had a good run tonight, as did the 19 of Jason Batt. Coming down there for the presentation and pictures, and that's a great job by those cars down there. David Leger Jr. with the win in the 9. Nobody had anything for him in the heat races tonight and the main events. We're going to turn over our winner's circle interview tonight to my main man down there in retirement, just like I am, Joe Spillman. Joe, take it away, buddy.
Down here in Victory Lane, Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane with David Leger Jr., your IMCA stock car winner. My goodness, it was a little hammered down a little fast, but you put nothing behind you. You just let it go, huh?
Yeah, I was a little nervous. We got a small fuel cell, and I was hoping running the track in wasn't going to get us hurting at the end of the race, you know, and lose the rear percentage. But, man, I don't know what I can say. It's the first race out in it. We're not going to be liked very often, it seems like.
Well, we're glad to see you down here tonight. Anybody you want to thank tonight in Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane?
First of all, Cotton Bowl for all the hard work they do and everything they do for us to have a track. And the prep, I mean, we love coming here. It's a nice facility. All the fans are coming out. One of my sponsors here, Pops Alignment. This one's for y'all. BP Equipment. If it wasn't for him, this car wouldn't even be here. It's all his. He trusts me to drive it, and as long as we can keep doing this, we can keep our ride, I guess.
Well, she was on a rail tonight. Take that rather large trophy and go through the scales and the tech and collect your money, buddy. It's good to see you down here.
All right, thank y'all. Thank y'all for coming out. I appreciate it.
That is your IMCA stock car winner, Leger, in the 9 car. Good to see you. Jason back, getting a little push off, helping old Smokey.
All right, so they got the top 4 figured out on who needs to go to tech to make sure everything looks good. David Leger, if everything checks out, David Leger Jr., he'll be heading to Craig's Jewelry Victory Lane here, our first main event winner of the night. Looks like coming up next will be the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. 25-lap main event for the Dwarf cars tonight. Actually, the factory stocks are up next, and so we got 1/8 Chad Herring. Row 1, next to him, 29K, Dylan Kowalik. Second row inside, 12, Adam Hoff, 55R, Rusty Head. Third row inside, 28, Rowdy Chenard, 8-star, track champion Tim Homeyer. Row 4 inside, 17, Don Cron, 133, Megan Dotson. Row 5 inside, 9, Chad Roebuck, next to him, 33M, Mason Doherty. Row 6 inside, 74J, Danny Davis. Steve Sims next to him. Row 7 inside, 48, Michael Land. Next to him, 4D, Brian Mahler. Row 8 inside, 580, Derek Cates. 59, Jason Altman next to him. Row 9, 726, Eric Robbins. Stacy Robinette next to him. Row 10 inside, T14, Taylor Stewart. Kurt Ellis in the 33. Row 11, Scott Ragland in the 09. 7, Kevin Najek outside. Row 12, 24R, Brady Ricks. 88J, Jeff Blackwood on the outside. And the last row, row 13, inside 66, Aaron Pavin. Lap main event. Working their way for a visit to Craig's Victory Lane. Who's it going to be? Who's going to claim the first checkered flag of the 2022 season in the factory stocks? Scoring tower letting them know they're going green next time by the pink tire in turn 4. Chad Herring and Dylan Kowalik front row. Hall and Head second row. Chenard Holmeyer third row. Bunch of good names right up there. First year for Dylan Kowalik in the factory stock after winning the Sport Compact Championship last year. Here he goes. He's up with tough competition. Green flag, green light, off and running. Everybody made it through turn 1 and 2. A little bit of contact down the back straightaway. Kowalik got a little loose when somebody bumped him from behind. Everybody turn 3 looks good. Coming through turn 4. There we go. One complete lap and everybody makes it through. Man, that is a bundle of factory stocks out there as the 12 of Adam Hall jumps out. Oh, watch out! Flip car. Red flag, red light as we have one flipped totally up and over, crushing that roof. We'll get the emergency personnel out there. As soon as we have word on the driver, we will let you know. Bring all the cars to a complete stop. All right, got a quick report. Drivers are okay. Wow, that was a tough spill out there as he went over in that car. Looks like the 48 of Mike going for the ride of his life back there. .28, Rowdy Chenard may have got in just a little contact there, but man, that car is just ripped apart there like a sardine can when the top came up. Scoring tower taking a look at it up here one more time just to make sure. Yeah, so Megan Dotson getting some contact into the 28 of Rowdy Chenard And then Chenard got spun into the 48 of Mike Land, which sent him off flying along the outside wall. Another car that was involved, he's sitting in the infield now, is the blue number 33. He got a pretty good lick on him as well. Looks like Mason Doherty and the 33M. Going to move the cars to the front stretch to get them out of the way of the cleanup effort on the back straightaway. Wow. Well, the good news is we got the word fairly quickly from the officials that the drivers are okay out there on the back. That's a tough break for 48 Mike Land. Taking a ride out there.
Spending money like I just got paid. $100 bills, tell them keep the change. Come on. If pop a bottle about to make it rain, let me give you something now to celebrate. Come on. And if you're wondering why I move the way I do,
folks, we're down here on the front straightaway. Night one official results winner, Mr. Lawrence Meklachek. If I butchered that, I'll get you to say it right out of Corpus Christi. Tell me what it's like to run 300 laps at that pace and then get out. I think you mentioned something to me. You're getting too old for this, but you look pretty sporty out there to me.
I was about halfway through that deal, and I know I'm too old for this. I just kept plugging, and I don't, this is only the second enduro I've run, and I didn't know, how to pace myself or anything. I just try to get up there on the cushion and save the tires and keep it rolling.
playing old rock songs on an air guitar, posing for your picture like a superstar. Yeah, come on. And if you're wondering why I move the way I do,
folks, we're back down here, finally cut off with Randy Bubba Seals. Now, we can talk enduros all we want, but you got the coolest car collection in the world. I know you don't keep them long, you sell them. I enjoy the social media posts, but talk to us a little bit about the Lone Star 600. What brings you back here? Looks like you had a really good run tonight, but what is it about this event to get you to get that fire suit off the mothballs and get back in the ride here?
It's there ain't nothing like it. It's a cool race. It's something that anybody can have. Any rules, there's bare minimum rules, so anybody can come out here and have fun, whether they got $5,000 car or $15,000 car. And it's really and truly like some of these guys. I've been racing with them a long time, and they are good. They are real good. And win a race like this is a big deal.
dance along. Oh, I just feel so good. I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
Bring the family out to Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas to watch 150 drivers race at the same time for $25,000. It's full of non-stop action, thrills, and spills. Adult tickets are just $15. Affordable family fun that your kids will love. Don't miss the 8th annual Lone Star 600, presented by FCA Motorsports. Get your tickets now at LoneStar600.com.
Race fans all across the country are experiencing race day in a completely new way with the My Race Pass app. Lineups, event tickets, official results, directions, championship point standings, race day entry list, live timing, track, series, and driver news. Driver bios. Experience race day like never before. Contact your local track official to see how they can become part of Team MRP today. Download now for free in Google Play or the Apple App Store.
The officials out there said that it was nothing bad to be concerned with. It's still raceable out there, but we would like for them to, get a feel for what it feels like right now and see if they can smooth it out just a little bit. One complete in this 20-lap main event. Dylan Kowalik, Chad Herring going to be running 1-2. Basically, they flipped spots. Herring started on the pole, and Kowalik was next to him on the outside of row 1. Looks like the way they have it listed right now, Kowalik will be your leader with Chad Herring trailing in second. Adam Hall third and 12, 55R, Rusty Head in fourth. All right, trying to get these cars lined up and where they need to go. Lights up, going to be next time by. Nathan Lavender in the flag stand, showing him the rolled up green flag. 1 complete, 19 to go. See if we can run those 19 laps in a row and move on to the next group of race cars out there waiting to make their way to Craig's victory lane. Right now, though, here we go. It is a 12 car of Adam Hall listed in first. Dylan Kowalik in second as they pick up speed, come by the Pick Chick tire, and down the front straightaway they go. Tim Homeyer in the purple H-Star trying to make a move. He goes along the outside of turn 1 and 2. Kowalik holds it on the low side. Homeyer going to go right along where that accident just happened. Squeeze along there. Homeyer flipped on that back straightaway wall, almost in that same spot last year. Oh, watch out. Kowalik spins out, Rusty Head checks up, and then 3 cars pile up on each other behind. Steve Sims, I see one of those cars, the blue and orange 58, getting caught up in that. All right, so watching the replay on Race on Texas, unfortunate in his first year in the factory stock, Dylan Kowalik with the solo spin out in turn 2. Rusty Head spun to avoid him to prevent the head-on collision, and then the other cars got checked up behind him. So it looks like Dylan Kowalik is the one that's going to be going to the rear of the pack on this one for that solo spin. Dylan Kowalik, your Sport Compact 2021 champion, and now making the move up to the factory stocks this year and finding out it's a completely different beast in this bigger, more powerful car. A little bit of a warning given to the 1H of Chad Herring and 55R of Rusty Head, as one of the officials out in the infield was seeing a little bit of too much action between those two cars. So the Herring car and the Rusty Head car got a little bit of a vocal or verbal warning to chill their jets. Lights are going to go out on the back straightaway this time by. Two laps complete. 12 Adam Hall with the lead. Rusty Head will be in that black and red 55R. The 1H of Chad Roebuck will be on him in the inside. Tim Homeyer, he is the purple H-Star. A unique story again for the H-Star at Tim Homeyer. He flipped his car in almost the identical spot late last year, 2021. Here we go, green, green, green on the restart, picking up speed. Adam Hall with the lead, brings him out of turn 4. Rusty Head giving chase in the 55R. Here comes Chad Herring in the 1H. Homeyer also giving chase in the purple H-Star. 33, Mason Doherty also giving it a run. Holmeyer settles in behind Herring. Holmeyer goes way up on turn 1. That's going to cost him some ground. And it looks like almost 2 cars got past him. Holmeyer gets back in the battle, goes back by the 33 car. So it turns out no harm, no foul. Looks like the 74J of Danny Davis also getting up in the mix, but right now the 55 of Rusty Head trying to draw in, reel in your race leader, Adam Hall. Coming out of turn 4, a little contact there. Rusty trying to get a little contact. 3 and 4, we got an incident, turn 3 and 4. More like the bottom of 4 as we take a look at it outside the window. That car spins around and gets back under his own power. Man, that is going to be a good battle right now between Adam Hall and Rusty Head. Head had just taken the lead just as that yellow flag came out. So now they're going to have to reverse positions. Rusty Head out of Buda, Texas, trying to grab the first main event win of the year. 12 car Adam Hall out of Round Rock, Texas. Also looking to make it to Craig's winner's circle tonight, Craig's victory lane. That's going to be the race to watch right now, 12 and 55R. 5 laps complete. Don't count out Tim Holmeyer. Don't count out Don Cron in the 17. Any of those 5 cars can definitely pull up into the mix, picking up speed down the back straightaway. Leader sets the pace. Off and running they go into turn 3 and 4. Hall leads the way with Rusty Head giving chase. Tim Holmeyer trying to get an inside move on Chad Herring, but wasn't able to do it that time by. Steve Sims back there in the blue and orange 58 trying to make a move, but can't get by Don Cron right now. Being blocked by the 17. Goes to the outside wall, has to hit the brake and settle back in behind Cron. Now Sims goes to the middle as he's looking for any open land on the Cotton Bowl Speedway track to make a move. Sims got nowhere to go. Stuck in 7th. He's got a fast car, he just can't get by anybody. Hall, Head, Herring, Holmeyer, front 4 cars all start with the letter H for their last name. Good golly, Miss Molly, that's unique. Ah, the little things I find interesting. All right, the 4-H Club up front, that's what we'll call them. 4-H Club leads the way. Hall, Head, Herring, and Holmeyer. Steve Sims now trying to make an inside move, cut the ground that he has to drive. Trying to get under the 741, but he's got the 33 of Doherty underneath him. We're going to go 3 wide down the back straightaway. Keep an eye on him in turn 3. Whoa, look at that. 3 wide coming into turn 4, make it 4 wide. Just for a split second. 28, Rowdy Chenard got up there. We got 4 or 5 cars packed together running for those back spots right there. It's anybody's ball game for those other spots right now. The 4-H Club running up front. Hall, Head, Herring, and Holmeyer. Rowdy Chenard going into turn 3, trying to make a move. 74J, Danny Davis keeps shutting the door on Steve Sims. Chenard on the inside of Danny Davis going into turn 1. Holmeyer finally able to get by the 1H of Chad Herring and move up a spot. Now Holmeyer, your defending track champion in the factory stocks, now trying to reel in Rusty Head. Head right behind the 12 of Adam Hall. Hall and Head go to the bottom of the track. Rusty Head trying to travel as little ground as possible to cut the distance between himself and the 12 car. Not working so far. Here comes Holmeyer in the 8-star running up into 3rd. Chad Herring backed off to 4th in the 1H. Laps are clicking off. Hall holds it low. Head stays with him. That's giving Holmeyer a chance to kind of reel him in a little bit. Rusty Head right on the back bumper of your race leader. Head put a little black paint on the back of that blue car. No movement again on those front cars. Hall and Head running 1-2. Holmeyer in the turns, goes up a little bit in the middle to top as Head and Hall hold it low. Here comes Rusty Head, gets that nose under him in turn 4. Let's see if he's got the power down the front straightaway. Head goes for the inside move. Head cuts the ground. He cuts off Adam Hall. Rusty Head with the inside move. Does he have the power down the back straightaway? Adam Hall trying to hold him off. Side by side racing with your front 2. Here comes Holmeyer moving up into the mix. Holmeyer says, I want to get up here and play with you guys. I'm the defending champion. He's going to shoot that gap in the middle if they're not careful. Rusty Head, just about a half car length lead. Here comes Adam Hall. He's along the outside wall. Holmeyer trailing right there with him. That's the preferred line for those 2 drivers. Head takes the inside line. Here comes those 2 cars. They go by Rusty Head. Head goes from 1st to 2nd now as Hall jumps back out front. Holmeyer moves up to 2nd. Rusty Head goes from 1st to 3rd just like that. Here they come as a dash for the flag with the win. Holy cow, what an excellent race. What a great race by the 4H club as Adam Hall found himself in a pickle there the last couple of laps. He gave up the lead to Rusty Head, and then Rusty Head saw Holmeyer and Hall get back up in front of him. Those should be Hall, Holmeyer, and Head, your front 3. What a fantastic factory stock race to kick off the 2022 racing season. My. You put those 3 drivers out on the track together the rest of the year, and it is going to be exciting. Rusty Head in that 55 factory stock doing a great job of finding that inside line and trying to make that move. He did for just a moment, and he had his nose out in the lead for about a half lap. And then here come Adam Hall and Tim Holmeyer in the 8-star, shutting him down on that. So your top 4 cars, 12, 5R, 8-star, and 1H, and all of their last names start with the letter H. Pretty impressive. There he is. How about a round of applause? An awesome race run by your main event. Let's turn it over to Joe Spillman trackside.
Down with their factory stock winner, an exciting race at that. We had flips, we had spins, we had pirouettes. But at the end is Adam Hall, your factory stock winner. I tell you what, buddy, you didn't know it, or maybe you did know it. They were all right there on you between Homeyer and Rusty Head, but in the end, you came through. Tell us how it felt.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. In these cars, you have no clue, who's behind you, and then it was about 3 to go. I could feel them knocking on the door, but we were able to hold them off, and I've been working in the shop every single night on this thing leading up to this. So, I like it when a night ends like this.
Well, we're glad to see you down here in Craig's Victory Lane, and anybody you want to thank down here tonight?
Yeah, Wicked Fast Transmissions, Cat Daddy, Matco Tools, Terry James, he built the car. This is I think the fourth race on this car. It's brand new, so it's pretty cool.
Awesome. That will be your factory stock winner, Adam Ha, Craig's Victory Lane, here at Cotton Speedway opening night. Exciting race right there. A lot of heavy competition, and came out at the top. So back up to you there, Mr. Milton.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. As both of us continue to work on retirement. All right, starting lineup for the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas 25-lap main event. Front row, 22C Coy Moore inside, Ty Paxson outside in the 15. Second row inside, 72 Landon Cybery. 03 Drew Stark next to him. Row 3 inside, Keith Leisher in the 12N. 88 Brandon Spreen next to him. Row 4 inside, Danielle Long in the 08. 25 Dylan Budnick outside. Row 5, 41T Dustin Roode inside, Billy White 17 outside. Row 6, 44M Thomas Bach inside, 81 Dylan Spreen outside. Row 7, Robert Smith inside, row 12. Or number 12, row 7. Outside row 7, 56 David Kulhanek. Row 8, inside, car 7, Ron Thiel. Next to him, 3, James Pena. Row 9, inside, 33, James Fitzgerald. Outside, 171, Tim Ellis. 5M, Brady Ricks, inside row 10. Outside row 10, Skylar Usamaki. Row 11, inside, 24, Colby Urbanovsky. Row 11, outside, Jerry Book in the 2. Row 12, inside, 121, Brian Falkenberg on the inside. Row 12 outside, Robert Carr, car 27. And the last row, row 13 inside, Brandon Cloud in the 54, and 12T Dylan Coyne outside row 13. 25 cars, 25 laps, or 26 cars, 25 laps. One more car out there, should be 37, Stacy Sterrett. Lights are out, 25-lap main event for the 27 cars up and running Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Keep an eye on that 15 Ty Paxson, multi-time winner over the years. Off and running they go. Paxton to the initial lead down the back straightaway. No surprise there. Coy Moore in the 22C trying to stay right there with him on the inside. He's on the low side of turn 4. Paxton on the high side. The 03 of Drew Stark staying right there with your front 2 cars. 03 Stark along the outside row in turn 3 and 4. Here comes the 88 of Brandon Spreen trying to get up into the mix as well. Never count out any of the Spreens to find their way up to the front of a race, no matter what kind of car they're running. Turn up there in turn 3, race director telling all the cars to go low as that car is on the high side of turn 3. All right, looks like 4 laps complete in this main event. Lights are out, picking up speed. Ty Paxton looking strong in that Dwarf car 15. Here comes the 03 and Drew Stark. Stark going to go up midway up on turn 1 and 2. Trying to find some good grip and power. 81 now making the move. Dylan spraying. Oh, watch out. Turn 4. Turn 4. Looked like 27 made contact with the outside wall as he made it past those cars. Robert Carr in the 27, a little bit of a contact to the outside wall, but the issue is the cars right in the middle of turn 4. Robert Smith getting caught up in that. All right, tough going for the Dwarf cars. All the praise I heaped on them about how good they are, and now they're kind of having some issues tonight. They're going to show them a rolled up green flag this time by. Hey, Colton Birmingham watching Dad Chris race, watching from Disney World. Well, Colton Birmingham watching Dad Chris race, watching from Disney World. Well, Colton Birmingham watching Dad Chris race, watching from Disney World. Well, Colton Birmingham watching Dad Chris race, watching from Disney World. Well, Colton, thank you very much for tuning in tonight. I wish Chris had a better run tonight, but thank you for watching from Disney World. Off and running on the restart, green, green, green. Let's get these dwarf cars going. We got 5 other classes waiting their turn to make it to Craig's Victory Lane. Still under green flag conditions as they race around. Had one spin out in turn 2, but it was out of the way enough. '03 of Drew Stark up in the front area. Watch out, turn 2, one more time. The Gremlins jump out. They're still going around. '81, Dylan Spreen, your race leader. Watch out, turn 2. Oh. 72 with the spin out. 7 had nowhere to go. Yellow, yellow, yellow. '72, Landon Cybery spinning out, and it looked like the 7 of Ron Thiel. He had nowhere to go. He had to go sideways, and that brought out the yellow. Dylan Spreen, '81, your race leader. Trying to keep them going. We're going to show them 1 at the line, this time by 9 complete in this 25-lap main event. Dylan Spreen leading them down the front straightaway. What H.E. Nauman calls the Texas two-step. Leader gets out front. Everybody else lines up 2 by 2 the rest of the way back. Oh, the Dwarf cars making a liar out of me. They're having a tough night of it tonight. First night jitters here at Cotton Bowl Speedway as they pick up speed. Dylan Spreen, your race leader, '81. Here they come rushing at you. They're getting going and separating, getting some pretty good distance between themselves. Dylan Spreen down the back straightaway, trying to put some space between himself and the '03 and Drew Stark. Stark back up to third. 40, Dustin Rude right in front of Stark in the '03. Paxton still in the hunt. He's in the all-white 15, a new paint or wrap scheme for him, as he's normally been black and green. He's got the white look tonight. Here comes Dylan Spreen one more time. Takes the low side. Dustin Rude, it goes by Spreen. Still going though. We had a spin up there in turn 4, it looked like, but everybody's still moving. Dustin Rude able to get by Dylan Spreen and moves up his position to lead this race. For this race, ignore what you see across the top of the screen. We just got a couple of transmitter problems, and it's got Jerry Book up front, and he's not. Dylan Spreen trying to get back up there into the mix as the 41T Dustin Rude was able to get by him. Everybody moving at a pretty good speed. Ty Paxton in the 15. Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas, the feature race for them at Cotton Bowl Speedway, the initial 22 season. Dustin Rude coming along, your race leader out of Danbury, Texas. Started 9th in this main event. And worked his way all the way to the front. Trying to come around. He cannot close the gap on anybody right now. Everybody running away from Spreen after he led multiple laps in this main event tonight. Down the back straightaway goes Dustin Rude in the 41T, making his way by slower traffic. Cuts those tires into turn 3 and 4 he goes. Looking good down the front straightaway. Way by slower traffic as it goes by the 2 of Jerry Book. Book listed first up on the screen, but he's way back, way back. And Dustin Rude running a masterful race once they got all the jitters out of their bones, and now they're running hard and strong these last 10 or 12 laps. Under 5 laps to go now. Nathan Lavender showing the 2 flags up there in the flag stands. We getting closer to the white flag and checkered flag as 41T and Dustin Rude working his way closer to Craig's victory lane. And there's a white flag thrown on the 41T one more time around. Once he got out front, Dustin Rude was the man. Nobody had anything for him tonight in the Dwarf Car Racing Series. He jumped out front, ran a masterful job. Here he goes into 3, comes out of 4. He's coming home into the winner's circle. Well, got off to a little bit of a rough start for the Dwarf cars tonight, but once they got going after that last yellow flag, they really got going and put on a good show. And that 41T car, once he got out front, nobody was going to stop him. And he comes home. Dylan Spreen always running strong in that 81. No matter what car he races in, he does a great job. There he is. There is your winner. Give him a round of applause. Great job. Once he got out front, he was untouchable. And now we'll throw that trackside interview down to Joe Spillman.
Out of the 41T, Dustin Rude, Dwarf car win tonight. It's a little dicey there getting going, but once we got rolling and clicking laps, kind of clicked them off pretty quick. How did it feel out there?
Car was actually, I thought, was going to be a little worse, being slick. I couldn't complain. I could put the car top, bottom, middle, just perfect.
Well, it looked good out there. Anybody want to thank tonight? And thank y'all once again, the Dwarf cars, for being here opening night at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Here we are at Craig's Victory Lane. So anybody want to thank while you're down here?
I want to thank a lot of people. First, my wife, Tori, my kids stayed home tonight. Randy Jackson, the car owner. Without him, this wouldn't be possible. That makes 5 wins in a row now. It's good to be able to travel across Texas, across the United States, to do what we love to do. And Straight Fence Company, HM Motorsports, Allen Brown Plumbing, Double Diamond K, just everybody. There's a lot of people I got to thank, but I appreciate all you fans too.
Takes everybody to make it work out here. Thanks again, Dustin, for being here tonight. The Dwarf car winner at Cotton Bowl Speedway in Craig's Victory Lane.
All right, great run there tonight in the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Up next, the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. They're coming out of the gate of turn number 3. 20-lap main event. Front row, 13B. Southern Sport Modifieds, 13B, Bryce Reed on the pole. 11A, Michael Alford next to him. Row 2 inside, 717, G.W. Egbert. The 4th outside, H14, Heath Stewart. Row 3 inside, 55G, Gerald Henderson. Next to him will be 32, Robert Stewart. Row 4 inside, 10D, Don Painter. Outside, 12D, Dwayne Owens. Row 5 inside, 21, Chris Florio. Next to him, 777, James Hanish. Row 6 inside, 23, Greg Atwood. Outside, 9M, William McGuire. Row 7 inside, 14, Derek Ashby. Next to him, 79, David Meredith. Row 8 inside, 00, Troy Alford. Outside, 75, Todd Roberts McAvoy. Row 9, 35, Ray Glaze inside, Doug Ripple 8 outside. Row 10, 21T, Taylor Florio inside, 21X, Danny Mitchell outside. Row 11, last row inside, 115, Andrew Supak, and 55R seeing double duty tonight, Rusty Head. All right, they're being shown one lap to go this time by. They're going green flag racing, trying to knock out 20 laps. Bryce Reed. Michael Alford up front, 717, the ever great driver, 717, G.W. Egbert the 4th, and Heath Stewart in the H14 outside row 2. Got some good ones in this one. Let's see if we can knock out 20 quick laps. Lights are out. Here we go, picking up speed. Green flag, green light, we're off and running. IMCA Southern Sport Modified. Let's see who's going to shake it out first time by. Oh my, take a look out there in turn number 3. About a third of the field is out there, all crumpled up in this first main event. Well, we had a driver's meeting earlier tonight, back at about 6 o'clock, but the Southern Sport Modifieds decided to have another driver's meeting up there in turn 3. We're going to get them all unhooked and unbunched. One of the cars, the darker black and green car, spun out solo and collected the other cars with him. So he'll be the only one. If he's able to continue, he'll go to the back of the pack, and then we'll have that complete restart. And the drivers were just informed this has become a 15-lap main event. Taking a look at the clock right now, the race directors had to make these tough decisions, and we're pushing 11:30 right now on the first night of racing, and the Southern Sport Modifieds just notified their 20-lap race has been cut to 15, and wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the classes see the same thing. Looks like 3 of the cars involved out there have flat tires, so we'll see if they leave the track or if they go into the hot pits to get it fixed. That's a tough start, though, to the first night of racing. First lap, turn 3, collected cars, and a lot of flat tires. Lights are going out on the back straightaway. We've cut it from 20 laps to 15 laps for the main event. Taking a look at the clock, it's just a decision we had to make, and probably some other ones are going to do the same thing. And out there in the 55R, normally driven by Rusty Head, that's Brandon Leonard at the wheel tonight. So Brandon Leonard doing the wheel action in the 55R. One to go at the line this time by, one to go. We're going to try this again. We got no laps complete. We even shortened the lap count. Still don't have any complete. All right, picking up speed. Let's get back to it. Let's see if we can get some laps under our belt. Bryce Reed and Michael Alford lead him to the line. A lot of dust being thrown up into the grandstands and along the track. Here they come. Bryce Reed, 13B, starts up front, dragging the 11A Michael Alford with him. .717, Egbert getting into the mix. He's taking the low line right there as Heath Stewart trails him in the H14 for fourth. GW Egbert the fourth, now trying to get into the mix. He takes that low line in the 717. Lines up behind the 13B of Bryce Reed. Bryce Reed, 13B, doing a pretty good job right now of leading this race. Staying ahead of Michael Alford by a couple of car lengths. Watch out! There goes your second place car. Michael Alford, solo spin. That's going to move G.W. Egbert, the fourth, up to second in the 717. Now the 8 car of Doug Ripple spins out, then he turns around and keeps on going. And now Bryce Reed's going to have to be on the lookout for the 717 of G.W. Egbert. Here goes Egbert in the 717, going to the outside groove. Goes middle of turn 1 and 2. Reed trying to hold the power to the 13 Sport Mod. Egbert the fourth in the 717, holding. 717, your race leader, G.W. Egbert the fourth. Again, going middle ground up in the turn. Bryce Reed trying to hang with him, but I think that may be it. Once Reed gets behind Egbert, he's going to be a tough hombre to catch up to and grab the win back. Reed trying to take as low of a groove as possible to cut the amount of earth he has to drive, but that may not make the difference against 717 Egbert. A master driver at all the tracks that he goes to, multiple main event wins. Not surprised to see Egbert work his way up to the front and get by these other cars. Should be showing a 5 at the line this time by to your race leaders. 5 left in the race. Egbert, once again, a masterful job in the 717. G.W. Egbert the fourth, hailing out of Salado, Texas. (13B) Bryce Reed out of Brazoria did everything he could. Started first, now finds himself back in second. Meanwhile, Egbert started third inside row 3 and now finds himself up front. Laps are clicking away as Nathan Lavender keeps an eye on him in the flag stand. Two laps to go, that time by the flag stand. Dual flags held up by Lavender as they go by. Racing for the win. Looks like G.W. Egbert's going to have another race victory, a main event win, and find his way to Craig's victory circle. Really nice win there by the 717 of G.W. Egbert out of Salado. Bryce Reed in the 13B did everything he could to hold him off, but Egbert found the line. He knows where to drive it on Cotton Bowl Speedway Racing Service, and he grabs the win. Good run, 717 with the win. Advanced Auto Parts Street Stocks ready to come out and racing for $1,000 to win. There he is, jumping up on top of the car. G.W. Everett the fourth, a familiar face down there on the front straightaway. We'll throw that straightaway interview down to Joe Spillman.
We've heard rated up truck.
I like it when the track's my favorite kind of track.
All right, coming up next, we have the Bubba Wolf Memorial, the Advanced Auto Parts Street Stock Group, going to be racing for $1,000 to win. Now, typically the Street Stocks race for $400 to win, but Bubba Wolf, known in the racing community, had a couple of folks pitch in $300 each. Ron Follis and another person pitched in, so we've moved the purse, winner's purse, to $1,000 to win, the Bubba Wolf Memorial. All right, 7A Will Arnold, front row. Charles Melvini next to him. Second row inside, 48 Dwayne Toyin, 05 Daniel Gaudet outside. Row 3, 9G Drew Garcia inside, Travis Norman outside. Row 4, 1B Brandon Hood inside, 716 Trey Votaw outside. Row 5, 87 Robert Danielson inside, 58 John Armandia outside. Row 6, C3 Chris Birmingham inside, 12R Randy Weatherford outside. Row 7, 39 Chase Ellison inside, 1 Dale Caswell outside. Row 8, 2 Joe Garcia inside, 717 G.W. Egbert the fourth, who we just talked to and saw win. He'll be on the outside of row 8. Row 9 inside, 09 Gerald Johnson. Outside, 3D Darrell Rhodes. Inside row 10, 64L Shane Lander. Outside row 10, 56 Drake Pruitt. All right, 20-lap main event. So we did keep this one at 20 for now, since it is the Bubba Wolf Memorial. We want to try to do the best job as we can racing for the extended winners amount. So we got 20 on the clock, but if there's any issues, we may have to adjust. Picking up speed, here we go. Green flag, green light. We are off and running. The Advanced Auto Parts Street Stocks, the Bubba Wolf Memorial. $1,000 to win tonight. Well, a complete 360 on the back straightaway, but everybody's still running in the proper direction. Good group of cars up front. Dwayne Toyin in the 48 chasing your race leader. Will Arnold. Brandon Hood in the 1B sitting in third. Will Arnold trying to hold on early in this race. 20 laps to complete, 18 to go. He'd love to get this main event win in the Bubba Wolf Memorial and pick up $1,000. That's $600 more than they normally win on a weeknight here. 48 Dwayne Toyin trying to do something about that. Race leader Will Arnold. started first, in first. He's out of Magnolia, Texas. Dwayne Toyin started third in this main event. He's out of Austin, finds himself in second. Brandon Hood running a pretty good race up there as well, staying up in the front group. Running second in front of Dwayne Toyin in the 48. Toyin making an inside move to get by a slower car. Into turn 3 and 4 they go. Coming up on the halfway point. So far, so good. Will Arnold, Brandon Hood, Dwayne Toyin, Votaw, your front four. Pretty clean race. Will Arnold leading them around. Doing a great job. Will Arnold catching up with slower traffic. Got to be careful. Got the 1B of Brandon Hood looking to pounce. Got to get that. Watch out. 2 cars. Throws dirt up in the face of your race leader. '56 Drake Pruitt, that all blue car, getting in the way of your race leader. Pruitt in the 56 got in front of Will Arnold. Arnold couldn't get around him, and Brandon Hood took advantage of it. We'll see how this plays out now that the yellow is out. Dale Caswell caught up in that incident up in turn 4. He'll be going to the back. Along with 05 Daniel Gaudette. Lights out on the back straight away. It looks like we got about 7 laps to go. Put them back the way they were before the yellow comes out. So that puts the 7A of Will Arnold back up front. Now the 1B of Brandon Hood is going to have to chase him down one more time. Took advantage of that slower car that impeded Will Arnold the first time before the yellow came out. But that's the way the game's played. Yellow comes out, you go back to the previous lap. Excellent racing by this group up front. Votaw was able to get the lead that last lap coming out of the turn, and now he is chasing down that $1,000 purse in the Bubba Wolf Memorial. Trey Votaw started 8th, worked his way up. Man, he just blew by your front 2 cars, first and second place, like they were just sitting still. Back straightaway, we got one facing the wrong way. Yellow flag comes out. Looks like the 09 of Gerald Johnson out there on the back straightaway, facing the wrong way. Well, out of nowhere, as we were looking one direction, Trey Votaw was able to get by Will Arnold and Brandon Hood. And in the 716 Advanced Auto Parts Street Stock, Votaw, your new leader. Three laps to go. Lights will go out on the back straightaway. Race leader Trey Votaw will set the pace back there. He'll go when he's ready, and everybody's going to have 3 laps to chase him down. Will Arnold and Brandon Hood have to be the most surprised drivers out there, as Votaw just went past him like a bolt of lightning. Arnold and Hood had control of this race ever since the beginning of it, and then Votaw, he started 8th. Outside row 4, and now he finds himself in the lead for that $1,000 paycheck. Picking up speed. Here we go. Green, green, green on the restart. Will Arnold going to try to cut it down low on that turn 1 and 2. Try to cut the ground that he has to cover to catch up to Votaw. 1B, Brandon Hood takes the middle line. Yellow, yellow. All right, pushing that car off the track, back to the pit area. Going to show him 1 lap to go, this time by the flag stand. Lights will go out on the back straightaway. Trey Votaw will set the pace on the 716. Robert Danielson being told to fall into line, and he quickly did right there. All right. Trey Votaw, 716. Lights are out. Here we go. Green, green, green on the restart. Rushing off one more time. Couple of laps to go. Can Votaw hold on for the win? Does Will Arnold have anything left in the tank? Does Brandon Hood have one last effort to get by for the win. They're going to come by. White flag, 1 lap to go. One more time around the track. A masterful job by Trey Votaw. Once he made his way by, here comes a last-ditch effort by Brandon Hood. That door got slammed quickly. Trey Votaw with the win. Hood in second, Arnold in third. Trey Votaw starting 8th, works his way up to the front. He brings home the Bubba Wolf Memorial. He's going to get a really nice trophy from 317 Awards. And thank you to those that contributed to that Bubba Wolf Memorial, Ron Follis and others, that bumped that $400 paycheck up to $1,000. Wow, Trey Votaw with the win. 1B and 7A still got to be scratching their heads trying to figure out how that happened. There he is, Trey Votaw popping out of the 716 with the win. Let's get that trackside interview with Joe Spillman.
Here. Working. Hello. Here. I got to get you right? It's been a couple of times we've done this already this year. Once at Heart of Texas, now here. Come down here for the special race and pick up a little extra money. How did it feel out there? Looked like you found something a little different outside where everybody else was running, and just that's how you made the gains there.
Man, I was starting deep, and I played it safe for a few laps, and then I knew we had 20, and I just started picking everybody off, and I didn't really know if I was going to be able to catch Brandon and them. That caution helped me, but man, I couldn't ask for better. It was really good. I got to thank Charles Mulvaney for giving me this ride. I got to give a shout-out to my wife and baby at home.
Newborn baby, right?
Yeah, he's newborn. My wife's awesome. She still lets me come out here and do this, and I got to thank everybody that helps me, Zane, Brandon, Durant, my dad. Man, I'm sure lots, my father-in-law, Jeff, man, he helps me all the time. I call him and ask him for advice. And, man, really, I got a lot of people, but I'm sure I'm forgetting some. But, yeah.
Well, thanks for making it down here tonight, and we look forward to seeing you again sometime in the near future. That is your street stock 716, Trey Votaw.
All right, once we get that front straightaway cleared up, our next group, 2 groups left, the Magnum IMCA Modifieds and then the Sport Compacts. And we are cutting the feature race for the Modifieds to 15. As they get ready to come around in front of us, let's take a look at the starting lineup. On the pole, 9477, Austin Keel. Outside row 1, 26B, James Bohannon III. Row 2 inside, 12D, Matt DeWitt. Next to him, 44, Wade Pistol. Row 3 inside, 10, Robert Walton. Outside row 3 is the 94 of Chris Morris. Row 4, 17 inside, Cody Tidwell. 20T, Troy Seidel outside. Row 5, 81, Ryan Childress inside. 26, Wyatt Bohannon outside. And row 6, the 73D of Jacob Horch on the inside and M17 Joe Whitehead on the outside. All right, they're going to get lined up fairly quickly here. We're going to show them one at the line. Lights are going to go out on the back straightaway. 15-lap main event. Looking at the clock, we had to do it. We hate to do it, but we had to do it as we're coming up on the midnight hour. Once midnight hits, I turn into a brainless scarecrow, and H.E. Nauman turns into a heartless lion. So we got to get this night over with. Lights are out, picking up speed. Here they come rushing at you. Green flag, green light, rushing around 15 times for the main event win. Keep an eye on that 94 Chris Morris. He always finds a way to get to the front. We've already got one pushed into the infield. Turn 4 is blocked. We're throwing yellow, yellow. Tell everybody to be careful when they get there. .44 Wade Pistol going to the back of the pack on this restart. One lap complete. Texas two-step. Driver, your race leader starts out front. Everybody else lines up 2 by 2 by 2 with your second place tar, taking the groove that he'd like to drive. You got these top 3 guys out there right now. 94-77 Austin Keel. And you got Chris Morris, 94, and Cody Tidwell, 17. This is going to set up to be a good 3-car race. Don't count anybody else out, of course, but those 3 right there are top-notch drivers. They're up front. And they were already getting ready to make some moves before that yellow came out. Lights are out. Here we go. Setting it up. Green, green, green on the restart. 1 complete. 14 to go. Chris Morris goes right by that infield tire. He cut the ground on the 94-77. He had to drive less country than he did, and Chris Morris, the savvy driver, did a great job there. Almost identical looking cars. Here comes Cody Tidwell, not to be outdone. He's gonna hang around in third. Oh, yellow, yellow. Gonna go lights out of the back straightaway. We get everybody lined up that quickly. And then your race leader will set the pace. Here we go one more time. Green, green, green on the restart. Chris Morris now gonna have probably Cody Tidwell moving up into second. Tidwell gets by the 94-77. And now Tidwell going to try to chase down that fast-moving 94 of Chris Morris out of Taylor, Texas. And here comes Tidwell giving chase in the 17. Tidwell out of Round Rock. There's a spin in turn 4, but they just keep on going. All's good. The 20 of Troy Seidel was that victim out there with the solo spin in turn 4. Meanwhile, Chris Morris running that great race right now over Cody Tidwell. Ryan Childress trying to get up by the 94-77 car. Childress running some red tape over the original number on that car, but he's running 81 tonight. Childress out of Elkin. Laps are clicking away on the Magnum IMCA Modifieds. Chris Morris once again running a wonderful race out here. Yellow one more time for the Modifieds. All right, going to show them one at the line, then it'll be green, white, checkered on the restart. Chris Morris, he was out front pretty good, and then that yellow came out, so he'll pull the group right back up behind him. Ryan Childress behind him in the 81. Watch the 94-77 of Austin Keel. I'm going to have to go introduce myself to that young man and make sure I'm saying that name right. I'm pretty sure I'm not. I know I'm saying Chris Morris's name right as he takes off lickety-split on that restart. He's hustling around to get to Craig's victory lane. Trying to wrap up this 15-lap main event for the Magnum IMCA Modified. Yellow comes out one more time. Modifieds having a tough go of it tonight. Man, we just got a lap left and we just can't get that checkered flag raised up in the sky for these guys. Chris Morris has had this race won like 3 different times, but the yellow keeps coming out and interfering with it. All right, lights are going to go out on the back straightaway. Chris Morris setting the pace one more time. Does Ryan Childress have anything in the tank to catch up to him? 9.477. Still got a shot, but we've only got one lap to go. Chris Morris sets the pace. Yellow flag still out there. Yellow lights still turned on. Now they're turned off. Down the back. Chris Morris sets the pace. Making him guess when he's going to go. Taking his time. There he goes. Morris. Blast out of turn 4. Pulls away from Childress. Pulls away from Keel. Childress goes on the underneath side of the 94.77, trying to get a solid second place finish. One lap to go this time by. Ryan Childress trying to hold on to second. Keel goes low in the 94.77. Pushes Childress back to third. Right now, though, here comes your winner. It's going to be the 94 of Chris Morris. Been to the winner's circle many times. One more trip won't kill him. Man, Chris Morris, once he gets out front, he is a tough guy to catch. Ryan Childress gave it all he had in the 81, as did the 9.477 Keel. 29 also having a really nice run out there tonight. Looks like James Bohannon, 26B, finished up in 4th to finish in the top 4. Hey, let's turn over that trackside interview. Joe Spillman talking to a familiar Chris Morris.
Here we are. Chris, I haven't got to do this with you very often and very much lately, but it's good to see you down here, buddy. How are you?
Man, it's a good night for racing. You know, it's a little chilly. It got a little chilly tonight, but man, hats off to the crew here. They did an awesome job on the track. I felt like it was pretty racy tonight, and hopefully we can keep the momentum going and get us another one in a couple weeks.
Well, we'd love to see you back here. Who do you want to thank as you're down here at Craig's Victory Lane?
The fans for sticking out for us tonight. We wouldn't be here without you guys. Tina Reagan Realty, she's been great to me all the years I've been racing. My mom, my dad, my sister, my girlfriend, Barnes Co., Tex-Mix Concrete, Maxwell Medical, just everybody on the car. You know, every win's just as special as the other. So, it's hopefully we can get some more throughout the year.
Well, we hope to see you back down here soon. So that is your IMCA modified winner here in Craig's Victory Lane, Chris Morris. We will have our Sport Compacts up next.
Yep, that's right, Joe. It's time for the Design Welding Sport Compacts 12-lap main event. Up front, starting on the pole, 41S, Shay Nauman. Outside row 1, 10, Reagan White. Row 2, inside 00, Cody Crabb. A7 on the outside, Taylor Fuller. Row 3 on the inside, 12.5, John DeWitt. Outside row 3, the 03 of Julie Crabb. Row 4, the 53, inside Preston Hesselmeyer. And outside row 4, 42, Bo Bollinger. 33K back on row 5, Kayla Pouncey. 12-lap main event. Design Welding Sport Compacts. All right, this time by, they're going to come around one more time, and when they go by the flag stand, we're going to show them 1 to go. Then on the back straightaway, we'll turn the lights out, let them set the pace for the 12-lap main event. Rookie driver 41S Shay Nauman on the pole position with Reagan White next to her. Shay Nauman out of Buda, Texas. Reagan White in the 10 out of Temple. Cody Crabb in the 00 from Taylor, Texas. The A7 of Taylor Fuller from Killeen. 12.5, John DeWitt from Spring, Texas. 03, Julie Crabb out of Taylor, Texas. Preston Hesselmeyer out of Gerald, Texas. Here we go on the start. 12 laps to go. Green flag, green light. We are off and running. Bo Bollinger in the starting in the 8th position out of Thrall, Texas. And Caleb Pouncey in the 33K, also from Thrall. Everybody's rolling. There's some hard hits out there as Shay Nauman and 53 Preston Hesselmeyer coming together. That Hesselmeyer car is the old car driven by Dylan Kowalik, the champion from last year. At 41S and 53, big contact out there. Showing them 1 to go at the flag stand this time by. Lights will go out on the back straightaway. Got a lap complete there. It's a 12-lap main event this evening for the Sport Compacts as they kick off the year as well. Design Welding Sport Compacts. Here we go on the restart. Green flag, green light, off and running as Nathan Lavender throws the green. We're talking to them in their helmets, telling them to get lined up. If they choose not to, we got to go. Cody Crabb going to jump out early, it looks like, in that 00 all red Sport Compact. The A7 coming up behind him, Taylor Fuller, trying to move up into second out of Killeen. The 12.5 of John DeWitt. Also moving up into the third position in this main event. Really long night of racing here at on Race on Texas. Thanks for those of you that are still hanging in with us. It's been a long night as we're coming up on 12:18 in the morning. Cars are rolling around. Everybody's looking for that spot, trying to grab Cody Crabb and that all red 00. Whoa, watch out for the A7. He got loose, and there goes the 12 right past him. He was holding onto that wheel, trying to keep those tires straight. Taylor Fuller in the A7. That steering wheel was just flying all through his hands as he tried to keep control of it. Cost him a position in the race. Cody Crabb right now looking good though. He's out front as the laps click away. As we get ready to wrap up the first night of racing in Cotton Bowl Speedway, the first of many throughout the year. April 23rd, 2 weeks from this Saturday. 2 weeks from today, or yesterday, 30 minutes ago. White flag coming out this time by a white flag, 1 lap to go. Cody Crabb looking to pick up where he left off. He finished strong last year in the Sport Compact division. And it looks like he's going to have a solid win tonight. Cody Crabb with the win. And Cody Crabb's going to stop right down there, and he is going to be heading over to Craig's Victory Circle. Well, God bless all you people that stuck it out with us tonight. We thank you very much. And I
tires missing off the front of it. I don't know what happened there, buddy, but somehow we got a little work to do.
Yeah, I got a little carried away. I tried to let my sister.
That worked out for you. Oh, out here in Craig's victory lane. Anybody want to thank tonight, Coach? That's definitely the loudest yelling we've heard all night long. Give it up for Cody!
I think we had 4 my boss is
Awesome. That's amazing. So, anybody else you want to thank, and what's your kind of plans? You're coming back in a couple weeks, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be
It
here.
started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and
Randy
Angie
Brecker,
McLemore.
DK Auto Blast.
45 years
All my
later,
sponsors
Magnum
on the car.
Trailers is a
Yeah,
premier
that's
builder
fine.
of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands.
Good
From
job tonight.
gooseneck
Let's go over there,
flatbeds
get your
to dump,
pictures,
tilt,
Craig's
and
Victory
utility
Lane.
trailers,
Thanks
car
for being
haulers,
here.
cargo trailers,
And
and
we will be
watercraft
right back
trailers.
here in a
You
few
won't
weeks.
find a better
so keep an eye on that
selection.
schedule. Milton Hope,
We
thanks
build
for
the
being
best
here tonight,
and
buddy.
repair the rest.
It's
And
good
because
being
we're
retired,
in Texas
isn't it?
Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues
All right, thanks
too.
for coming out, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Drive safe. Good night, everybody.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Angie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Hey everybody, Winning Technologies Workshop is proud to announce WinTech.tv, folks. You heard it right. WinTech.tv have weekly tech tips, folks. That's 52 tech tips a year for manufacturers and experts in the motorsports industry. We're excited to be launching at $79.99 a year, folks. That's less than 22 cents a day. Can't get much cheaper than that. Right to your phone, all the tech information you need. Get it now, WinTech.tv. Lots of information will be loaded on the website. Every week we have a new tech tip be out there. There'll be manufacturer discounts for products and things to help your race program. So for less than 22 cents a day, folks, WinTech.tv is your source.